And we are live here on Plus One EXP's Roll for Content channel. My name is Tony Vicenda. I'm Chief Alchemist here at Plus One EXP. We're a weird little brand that multi-classes in tabletop game design, beard and skincare alchemy, and the Bardic College of Content Creation. Our hope and desire is that amazing designers could find great players who love their game, and amazing players could find great designers whose games they can love. We do that in a lot of different ways, but one of the most common ways is by sitting down with different designers and playing their games here on stream. It gives us a chance to learn the game along with you, but also lets you get a chance to see that designer, ask them questions at the end. We do a little bit of an interview. And so we hope you're excited to join us tonight for an altogether different river. We're going to talk about what the game is in just 1 second, but I would love for y'all to get a chance to meet a couple of the people we're going to be playing with tonight before we do that. So let's start out with Aaron Gilley, who tonight we'll be calling Gilley primarily. And so Aaron, tell people who you are, what you do, and where they can find you online.
Howdy, everybody. It's Aaron Gilley coming to you live from Richmond, Virginia. I am an HR consultant by day and improviser and forever dungeon master at night. Love gaming, especially storytelling and collaborative games. And I am thrilled to be here.
Awesome. And next, let's kick it over to Vic. Vic, tell people who you are, what you do, and where they can find you online.
Hello, I'm Vic Pirano. I can be found at Major Tomorrow. I use they, them pronouns, and I write, draw, and play games for a living.
Yay!
and talk about them on Twitch.
That's right. Next and last but not least, we have the designer, Aaron Lim, who is with us here tonight. Aaron, tell us who you are, what you do, and also tell us about an altogether different river.
Cool, thanks. Hi, as you mentioned, I'm Aaron Lim, and I'm in Malaysia, in PJ in Malaysia, yeah, I design games, I play games, usually like pretty small. I don't think I've ever designed anything more than like 20 pages. So yeah, that's kind of like what I do. I put my stuff up on itch primarily, yeah, guess I'll tell you about the game. And Altogether Different River was a game that I started working on back in like 2019, and I finally finished and put it up on Zine Quest earlier this year, in February 2021. The premise is it's about creating a town together, and then seeing it through the lens of people who left it and returned, and the people who stayed throughout. So we'll be creating characters here. I think half of us will be playing people who left the town and returned, and the other half will be playing people who stayed behind. And we'll be looking at playing to see how the town has changed throughout the time, and how how our characters have changed or not. Through that period of time as well. It's something that is close to my heart because I have recently moved back to Malaysia from Australia, from Melbourne, after like 14 years living there. So that's kind of like why one of the reasons why this game exists, because it's a reflection on something that actually happened to me. I mean, initially after moving to Australia as well. So
awesome.
Yeah, that's it. That's the game.
I'm super excited about it, and we are going to be using a tool called a Miro board. We've used it a couple times on stream before, but it's this thing that I've just popped up to next to all of our beautiful faces. So this is going to be one of the primary ways we played. In contrast to some other games, this is not we're not going into a dungeon. We're not facing any dragons. We're not finding any paths. We're not even being powered by any sort of apocalypses in this game. It is a GM-less storytelling game, so we're all kind of playing in concert with each other. Normally we would do Lines, Veils, and the X card on stream, which we always have a strong line against sexual violence. I'm going to hand things over to Aaron actually to take us through kind of just some of the initial content conversations that we would normally have around this, and kind of let him set the safety mechanics and guidelines, because he knows how to do it. So, Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
Okay, cool. So I usually do a discussion about boundaries and expectations before we start playing the game. You mentioned Lines, Veils, and X cards. That's kind of like usually what I tend to use with most of my games as well, because I find that flexibility pretty useful. But also, as we are talking about like tools, it's also just talking about doing a calibration between four of us, because like we haven't played with each other before, so it's good to like set what our expectations are, and not just in terms of content, but in terms of tone and in terms of like, oh, what are we expecting the game to be like today? Like how intense do we think we want to go with? Because even though there may not be like safety issues, there's issues about comfort as well, right? Like some people might have strong feelings about leaving home. That can be a point of um, not contention, but like that can be a sore point for some people. So it's good to have this discussion about how intense do you want things to do you expect things to go, and just we'll regularly check in as we play as well. So safety and consent and comfort is it's an ongoing conversation. It's not something that we set up top and then never change. It's just something that we just have to keep coming back to, and with that expectation that like, hey, it depends how things go. So with that being said, lines and veils are kind of like the baseline that we talk about. Like Tony already mentioned, we have a strong line against sexual violence here. But if there's anything else that you would like to kind of just like set aside and say, hey, maybe let's not let's not go there. I'll bring up one thing, I guess, just with as an example, potentially. It's just let's just draw a veil on things to do with like hospitalization and like long-term sickness kind of things. Like we can have it in the game, but like let's not dwell on it too much.
Yeah. I want to put a line in the same kind of vein on the pandemic. Like I would love this world, whatever we're existing in, to be one where maybe COVID-19 was not a thing. And so I would love to not explore that reality in this context.
Yeah, fair enough. So I'll put that down on the mirror board as well.
I'm glad you brought
that is
that
very
up
small.
because I was thinking about that with those who stay.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that was mentioned.
Vic, can you either move your mic a little closer or kick it up a little bit?
Of course.
Cool. So so put a line on the pandemic and a veil on just like
Is that a little better?
like hospitalization and medical details. Small but like long illness. Yeah, is there anything else that you'd like to bring up?
Go ahead, Vic, if you want to. You have any?
No, that totally covered it for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think for me, a line for ableism or body shaming, I think are big ones for me. Those are things that can be wrapped up in toxic positivity and or just and not and how our vernacular has evolved about how we talk about people who are plus size and so are differently abled and differently bodied. So that's one for me.
Yep. All right. Yeah. I've put that in as a line as well. So yeah, we can keep going. But also just as a reminder, it's like if something happens to stray into territory, this is we are collaborators in here, and we are expecting each other to play in good faith and in a spirit of like wanting to like build each other up. So like if something strays towards territory that like it's something that we don't want to cover, like feel free to bring it up and in that spirit of like, hey, just so you know, like maybe let's not go there, or like, hey, that's getting very close to like something that I'm not comfortable with. Let's just like shift tack for
Yeah.
a bit.
I'll
So yeah,
also
feel free
add.
to.
I'll also add, like, the other great thing about toolkits, if we're
Mhm.
getting near a thing that we all really love or that you're really excited about, like, bring that up too. Like, that's a part of expectations are both positive
Yeah.
and things that we want to avoid too. So
Yeah. And kind of like jumping off something that you mentioned earlier as well, Tony, about like, we don't want this to be in a world with a pandemic. And altogether, Different River doesn't necessarily have to be played in the real world, modern world. So this is talking about expectations of genre as well. We don't have to like set a genre right now, but like it's just having the discussion about, hey, we can kind of like you mentioned about whether or not this game can be powered by the apocalypse. You could, like, you could totally make that time skip a really long one.
coming back to our hovel after the apocalypse has happened.
I've played games of this where we are in the far future and like traveling inside the belly of a gigantic space beetle, which is our generation ship. I've played ones where we are in a town that is a bastion of dreams before people go out into like the actual dreamscape. So like it can cover a lot of things. So that's why we want to have this like boundaries and expectations setting, because like depending on what you think, what kind of preconceptions you come into the games. Let's just like uh, it can go like different places. So I actually think we should just jump into the town creation next, and we can continue having this conversation about genre expectations and tone. This isn't like I said, it's not like one conversation and we're done. It's an ongoing conversation as we play. Um, so yeah, the first thing that we do is we determine the setting of the game and the locale in which our town is situated. Um, so on the Miro board, there is you can zoom in a lot here. Uh, so there's a list of 20, I think. I can't remember how many I wrote. I think it's just slightly less than 20. Um, elements, and this is actually a piece of tech that I lifted, stole, or uh, inspired by Caroline Hobbs' Downfall, which is like a great game that I love, and that's how you create a haven in that game. Um, and with all my love to Downfall, this is like this is one of my favorite pieces of tech. So if everyone can just pick one thing in that list that you feel calls out to you, that might form, and then we'll each at the same time type out something um, that we think we are interested in, and then when we will reveal it to each other, and um, we'll create a setting based on like something that based on the elements that we've chosen.
Cool.
I think the way I usually do it is there's actually a chat feature in Miro. Um, so if you go to the bottom left, there is a small toolbar at the bottom left, and there's what looks like two chat bubbles there. So if you just type in your element, your chosen element, and once everyone is ready, we'll do a countdown and just press enter at the same time. Yeah, type in but don't press enter first.
Okay. The secret word is.
Is everyone ready?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, enter. All right. So we have Fog Lake Stone Island. It sounds like a place name already.
Yeah. Like a cool resort.
I'll just write it down. Fog Lake Stone Island. All right. So, what do you think a place, a setting, a setting, or a town that has the elements of fog, lake, stone, and island for you? What do you think that is?
Chad, if you have any ideas about this, feel free to submit them also too, wherever you're watching. Fog Lake, Stone Island.
When I think of lake and stone, I get this idea of like a quarry or a shoal. Uh, some sort of watery formation that is bounded by a natural resource. And it could even extend to not even just rock, or hard, earthy type minerals or anything like that. That's it. I have when I have all those four words together, I picture some sort of quarry or shoal.
Yeah, I think for me, one of the things was like lots of rocks sticking out of the water, like is a really fun image. Like maybe some very close and some impossibly tall. That was a strong image I got real quick, but that's it. That's all I got.
I had kind of the border of the salt water to then like maybe a couple miles in a lake that most of the houses are kind of framed around, specifically with the stone and fog thing. My brain, as always, shoots to horror. So just like the framing of an almost crescent moon for most of the housing structure really came to mind, so that they have like a freshwater lake, but they still have the shore as an option. The island thing conflicts with that so much.
Do you think it's a lake island or an island somewhere else? We can interpret island pretty broad as well. Like
it can just be an isolation.
Yeah.
Blake Ryan says mirror mist. That's what we got so far. I actually kind of even like kind of building on what Vic was saying. What if it is a I don't know if there's a term for when there's an island, but the island is mostly a lake. Like it is being in the sea and there being like a drift of land and there being a lake inside of it. So you like no matter where you are, you're caught between two bodies of water.
Yep. Like an atoll, like a coral atoll.
Sure. He Googles. Like atoll is a word I know that it exists and I've heard it, and now I'm gonna make sure that's exactly what I'm thinking. But sure.
Yes, that.
That sounds great.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
So I'm just gonna feel anyone else
Yes.
can feel free to like start drawing as well. I'm just gonna start off just giving ourselves some water here on the map. Just use the highlighter. Oh.
So far, anytime I played this game, we've only typed or used Mirror. We've only typed things in. This feels overwhelmingly intimidating. That's so.
Oh, it's because of anyways. Oh, I need the thickness to be way. That's still not great.
Same.
Yeah, but I mean, just imagine that there's water all around.
Oh no.
Picture it, water.
No. But it told me it was being thick.
It's because we are like I actually did a kind of silly thing, and then like I set it up to like really zoomed out when I set the mirror part up.
So if we zoom in, this thickness might become more apparent.
Yeah, but yeah, that's all right. Let's just
maybe highlighter is kind of the way to go then. Like nope, it's not. Never mind, I lied. Bump it all the way up.
I'm wondering if I just like go this way and try to do the negative area. Oh, whoop! Nope. Went off the lines. Coloring out of the lines right now.
I'm just gonna get rid of the...
I fired myself. Oh no.
Oh.
Mirror board's a great tool. Anybody watching right now or later? Everything's Geeks for Good says everything's thick if you zoom in far enough.
Yeah.
I like that.
I'm just gonna say let's
Miles.
just let's just imagine there's water around, right? I'm not gonna try and like color in water again.
I mean, we can come back and do that. Yeah, we can get some of the initial
Yeah.
pieces established.
Yeah. But if we say that like I like the idea that you brought up, Vic. Like it's not just like kind of combining what both of you said, right? It's not just the town and the houses that's a crescent. Like the land itself is a crescent. Like so, if we were doing something like a coral atoll, and then that will be that will be something like that.
But where does?
I'm gonna go back and try water again at least.
So this is like a lake.
Okay.
And do you think there's like stones still like sticking out of the lake?
This is stone.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. And what Gilley you were mentioning, right? Like if usually atolls are like coral underneath, but like we don't have to do that. This can be, like this world doesn't realize geology is a thing.
I'm trying to make little rock formations around the edges.
They're great.
So like there could be like even like what you mentioned, like there's stones and have you seen like in I think in Vietnam there's like these big like bodies of water, and then there's like limestone like mountains kind of like jutting out of them. I like the idea of like there's like smaller stones jutting out of the lake, and then we are just surrounded like massive almost mountains, like almost vertical columns of like not limestone, but like different kind of stones and minerals. Like we go out to like the other like mountain islands and mine them sometimes.
I accidentally clicked the wrong tool.
I just noticed that Aaron always picks the stone that's named after them. That's what I noticed.
I'm trying to make the stones on the outside too.
So far, my job is just to go back and color things, and that's what I'm.
But yeah, is that something close to what you were thinking of, Gilley, or you?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. And I feel like the water has almost like worn them away so that they all look so different. And like I can imagine the people saying, "Oh, that's that thing that juts out that looks like Abe Lincoln." If I guess Abe Lincoln is now canonical in this universe.
Yeah, but it's a very different Abe Lincoln, like horrible person, very different look.
Yeah, like they've like personified some of these uttering juts that come out. They're that unique.
Are we thinking of the framing of the houses being like around this area, or do you find that there might be a little bit more of a collection back here as well as more rocks in that area? So it's almost a circle. It's like almost a crescent within a crescent.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that. And kind of like if you don't mind building on like what you were mentioning, Gilley, maybe sometimes it does feel like you're being surrounded by statues.
Yeah.
Like almost like mythical, like as if the gods themselves were surrounding you.
Yeah.
I love the idea of that being like this interplay, not so like more so than, oh, look at that looks like a cloud, but there being actually like a significance to, hey, you walk out through these things and what they look like to you tells you something.
Yeah.
Blake Ryan wants to know Kesrick wants to know, no, we're playing an altogether different river, which is a collaborative storytelling game. They asked if it was The Quiet Year. I love The Quiet Year. It's not The Quiet Year. It is, but it does have some similar elements. It's collaborative. It's GM-less. We're drawing a map right now, but I think other than that, there's an Oracle system, so I guess that's not true. So there are going to be some touchstones. It's going to make it feel like that. But an Altogether Different River is about what changes and stays the same when you leave home and then come back again. We actually are going to have people, like we're going to represent characters, some of whom stayed, some of whom left and came back, all in our town. We are creating what that town is right now. Oh my gosh, some of this that Doberman slash Pillsbury Doughman one out here in the water. That's a strong that speaks to my character.
I realize I've been drawing some grimaces or
I don't know what
You're like they were just
houses
all
look like
grimaces. I
anymore.
got strong Doberman pincher from this one.
Yeah.
yeah.
Right. So yeah, that's what we're doing. But we're just setting up our world right now. It's an atoll, which I did learn the actual definition of and look at pictures of as part of this game. And that middle, I think, to Blake Ryan's question, even though it probably doesn't make sense, I think that middle part is freshwater. Is that what we were thinking?
This house is too big.
Even though it could be just a representative house, it doesn't have to be, to scale.
Yeah.
I just don't wanna-
But yeah, I think we are imagining the middle is somehow freshwater in this world, and the outside is not freshwater.
Yeah.
And to signify that there's a whole lot more water, what we should have probably done in the original conceit was just like
Tony, thanks for the rubber duck.
what?
You gave me rubber duck support by being like, no, Vic, you don't have to draw the whole house. You can just do the shape of the house.
This is my attempt to indicate water out here. Those are waves.
And from where like the freshwater meets like the not freshwater, I'm sure there's a word for that. I'm going to change the color of the water. It's right here.
I don't know why I was worried.
Yeah, like you're doing far better art than the rest of us, and you're like, oh no, this can't stand.
I had to color with a mouse for so many years. It was a nightmare.
One thing we haven't really touched on was the fog. Do you think the fog is something that surrounds us, or is something that is closer to the town?
I like the. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I like the idea of it coming over the town first, so it's almost as if the other creatures on the island actually get it last. But there's always, because it's always the narrative of like the forest has been, the magical fog is influencing the creatures in the forest to behave differently. But what if it's the people?
Ooh, I like that. So, is there a place the fog comes from in the town?
We don't have to answer this now, actually.
Then we won't.
But we can just say like the fog is weirdly weirdly kind of like centered at the town and like comes out from the town elsewhere, rather than like surrounding the town. Like that's an interesting complication to like what usually happens, right? You usually have the fog in like the mystical places, but like what if the fog is from the town?
Blake Ryan says the fog lets you know that the donkey is bringing tacos. First of all, it was a miniature Shetland pony, and second of all, that was last night's game, which was very good.
All right. Right. We're getting into some detail now, which is great. Which is also a good point to kind of like take a pause and like start creating characters, because we can then flesh out like what the people are like as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a copy of the town.
The further you zoom out on that map, the better it looks. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Not that it's bad close up. I'm just saying when you zoom out.
Yeah, this is the good part of playing online. It's just a copy paste. I can just paste the map on the other side. Right. So, since we have an equal number of people, I would like a round number of people. So I prefer if we do 2 and 2.
Yeah.
So 2 returned and 2 remained. So if is there any preference? Like anyone have any ideas on like whether they want to play a return or remained?
I want to be a remainer.
Yeah, go for it.
I think it sounds great.
Yeah, so I in the characters area, there are some post-it notes. So just pick one of the colors and just fill out what
Okay.
put your name in there, and then like you can start choosing which kind of character you want to be.
Sure.
Vic, do you have a preference?
With the colors?
Yes, that also too. But did you want to be a lever or a remainer? I mean, it looked like
I'm
you were going
thinking-
for blue. Take blue. Blue's all you. But yes, I was talking
thinking
about
of
going
the-
or staying.
I was thinking of the returned.
Okay, cool. I also I usually don't have much of a preference. I also would love to play someone who stayed. I think.
Okay, cool. Right, so I'll go return as well. With the 2 Aarons have left the chat. So that's gonna be me. Just fill out your name and pronouns. Whoops.
Let's see.
All right. So for those who returned, you choose one which you carry with you and one which you left behind, and there's a list of options. You can carry an old sin, hope unyielding, a painful memory, a moment of pure joy and wonder, a bitter curse, words left unsaid, a treasured possession, a rare gift, bones, blood, and dust, or the burden of obligation. So those are the things that you could carry or leave behind. It's up to you how you want to interpret carry and leave behind. For those who remained, oh, actually, you are remained, Aaron. Sorry, I confused.
That's okay.
Yep. So Vic and I will be returned. Those who remained, instead you choose one which you've built up and one which you've worn down over time. So those options are there: home and hearth, wealth and abundance, a bond, a relationship, community of people, barriers, walls, strong hierarchy, career, profession, myth or legend, history and legacy, or dangerous.
Aaron, these are
vendetta.
all very good. What you've built up and one that you've worn down.
And what after you or as you're thinking of your options, you can also think about for those who return, write down why you left town, what places you've seen when you left, and why you've returned after so long. Those who remain, think about why you've stayed in town all this time, even if you might have left for a short time and returned. It's just because you remain doesn't mean you can't be like someone who travels, right? You could have also like left and returned at some point, but decided to stay. And what opportunities you gave up to stay.
Aaron, for the thing that we've built up and the thing that we've torn down, which post-it note is it? The last one where we answer those questions, or is it elsewhere?
The options. I call that the character options.
Okay, gotcha.
The questions we'll get into.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Also, I don't have a strong feeling for a name of mine, so chat, if you want to give my character a name, they stayed behind on Fog Island, but I would toss me some names. I'll pick one.
Yeah. There's also prompts later on the right. All the character options are in the mirror board as well. So there's prompts for what kinds of names you might have. So you could choose a full legal name, a personal name only, a nickname that only people in this town know and use, a secret name, a false name, a discarded name. You can look to those for inspiration on what kinds of names you can have for your characters. You just need to choose at least one name. You don't have to like give yourself 7 names. I mean, all power to you if you want to do that. But yeah. I.
What did I just do?
Just the size. Yeah, you can adjust the
I'm so
sizing.
sorry.
It's all right.
I thought I was being good.
All right, we've got Shazah, Dr. Misthands, and Misty Blue.
Shazza is like a very Australian name.
Oh yeah.
It's like for Sharon usually.
I'll go with Shazza then.
It's like my Australian nickname is either Az or Azza. That's how Australians give you nicknames. They just like take the first syllable and add za at the end of it.
I'm a nickname
Usually.
person. Like if I know you in real life and you have a longer name, or even if you don't, the likelihood I'm going to give you a nickname, because it was one of my things that I used to do when I used to manage large groups of people in order to get to know people's names, was for me to personalize what I call them, which I know is infuriating for some people. But I was pretty conscious of whether or not somebody was responding to that name or not.
I think I want to play a fairly young character this time.
You're not alone. I usually play very, very old characters, so it's an exciting time for me.
I think I want to change something.
A quick mirror question. Is there a better shortcut to scroll down or zoom out other than go down to the little zoom box in the corner every time?
I mean, you can click and drag to move around, and then if you have a wheel, you should be able to just rotate your wheel on your.
Yeah.
Are you using a trackpad?
No, I'm using a mouse.
Do you have a wheel on it?
Yes.
Toggle your wheel forward and backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether there's
There
an plus and minus also works as a shortcut.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So why did I leave?
Yeah. What else should I be doing?
Cool. All right. So as you're thinking of the things, there's a list of questions in the character section. So the questions here are things that you. It's more about what you're interested in as we're playing. You will choose one question to kind of like bookmark for later. and that will be a thing that you can think of to drive scenes with other characters later. Um, so just pick one of the questions that is interesting to you, like that you think might lead to like interesting relationships or interactions with like other characters or with the town, and just write it down to remember for later. You can always like make up your own questions later on, but like just pick one just as a way to like, oh, if nothing else, I can fall back on this one question as a thing. You as a player are interested in your character um, uh, interacting with in the game.
I'm really excited that we got a lot of bones, blood, and dust. I like. If anybody's just joining us, we're playing an Altogether Different River. It's a game by Aaron.
Oh, did we?
Play with us right now.
We chose the exact same thing. I might change.
No. I do it. Leave it. I mean, or change it. Whatever. It's your game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's our game. We're all playing. I just love like those who returned. Choose one you carry with you and one that you left behind. An old sin, hope unyielding, a painful memory, a moment of pure joy and wonder, a bitter curse, words left unsaid, a treasured possession, a rare gift, blood, bone, and dust, and the burden of obligation. But I love everybody bringing. We need more bone, blood, and dust in the community. So bring it home. You know?
I've said that for years.
I mean, we stayed because the blood, bone, and dust mine was in danger of shutting down.
I'm having such a hard time
OSHA
getting-
wouldn't touch it.
Yeah. They were like, we can't list your violations because it's just all violation.
Yes. Vic, I love the name Emerson. That is my daughter's middle name, and I have a fondness for it, and that makes me happy that you chose that for your character.
I'm pretty much a random name generator.
Well,
You do. Your names are always so enjoyable, though.
there's greatness in the randomness, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm excited to see. I have to it's one screen, so I'm excited to see what everyone else is putting down.
Whenever I play games with Vic and we all submit character sheets early, I will look at Vic's name and then try to match that energy. That's always my go-to.
For once, I'm not gonna have a voice.
I'm loving this.
Grey Dowdy is also a fantastic name.
Do what?
Grey Dowdy.
Great Audie's a good name.
For whatever reason, driftwood is probably one of my favorite words.
Driftwood's got a good
anytime I see it-
mouthfeel.
Yeah.
It does.
Spackle is one of my favorite words. Same reason. Good mouthfeel. Like this, like the soft into the hard.
Yeah.
Double hard, like really good. It's actually one of my favorite things about Edgar Allan Poe's writing is the mouthfeel of the language.
Absolutely.
Cool.
I thought it was a new package. It's an old package.
Yeah.
I got my repugnant pizza box in the mail.
Nice.
All right. Has everyone got their names and stuff? All right. Looks like it. I'm going to. Oops. I need to be in select mode. And I will make copies.
I like how it's like the two old grognards who stayed and then the two younger people who left in game home.
Oh, kitty cat.
You saw nothing.
All right, so I've put our characters and player names just up in the relationship map. That should just help us in the next phase, which is to brainstorm what kinds of relationships we might have with each other and with the town. So let's go from Gilley around clockwise. So Gilley, myself, Vic, and then Tony. Just introduce your character, and feel free to, like, as we develop the relationships, and kind of like bounce off each other. Feel free to change like character details. Nothing is true until it's said out loud, and even then, that's debatable. So yeah. If something, if you see someone else's character and say, oh, that would be really interesting if my character was like slightly different from what I imagined them to be initially, that's great. Like start, you can feel free to like change stuff. So Gilley, Aaron, if you want to start with your character.
So Gray Dowdy, he, him pronouns. Gray is a 54-year-old, kind of weathered, worn, not haggard, but close, safety engineer. And Gray is more, and I say like more avuncular, like more uncle type than like paternal father type. Caring, cautious, oversight type person. It has like a cool like Gordon's fisherman like type beard, kind of rocking Tony's beard, but made not the same size, but kind of like same style and color. So less my beard, more closer to Tony's.
And you've built up a career, won down a myth and legend.
Yes. So career is as a safety engineer type inspector, and so a Gray in whatever this world's version of Six Sigma or Lean is, Gray has committed to memory and for career reasons, but also this is his way of why he's still here in town. I think is that he is worried that if he were to have left, or if he would leave, then what would become of the people that were there? And so in terms of wore down a myth and legend, I think that whether purposefully or unpurposefully, Gray has tried to wear down this myth that the place we live is unsafe. Or that is unlivable, or that it's a place that needs to be gone.
Cool.
Emerson is 17 and uses she, her pronouns. She tends to be very nervous around a lot of people, and it's only because she almost feels as though somebody's hiding something or knows something about her older brother. She left to go live with her uncle in another state for a while and came back after he was just like, we're renovating, we might not have room, if you want to stay in a hotel it's fine. And she's like, fine, I'll go see my brother. Her brother's about 20 years older than her, and I think that both answers almost everything from bones, blood, and dust to what she left behind, which are words left unsaid. And she has very sharp features and very, very tired eyes, and can always be seen drinking caffeine, and adults are always like, don't do that.
Love it. So I'm playing Shaza, who also goes by Blue. He, them pronouns. So I do like the idea that there is something about the nature of like going out into these stone things and looking at them and them telling you something about yourself. I think we can define a little bit more about what that is. And I like the fact that this is kind of like a rite of passage maybe on the island. Whether how serious it is or is not, doesn't necessarily matter. We can again figure more of that out and play. But I like the idea that it just, for me, it never happened. Like I just would go out and be like, I just like, that looks like rocks, but I desperately want it to happen. Like, and so I've become like a chronicler of people's experiences and have been building up kind of the the mythos and the idea of the importance of these things. So like I am somebody who is so in love with the idea of this happening, and since it hasn't happened to me, I just want to know as much as possible about how it's happened for others. And I think I think I come from a family that is important in town, and there is other work that I probably should be doing for our community that gets neglected because of this focus. Like there's a strong need for a type of leadership that I have just abandoned because I'm like, that doesn't matter. And even if it does, maybe I'm not supposed to be doing that. I don't know until I see something out here that shows me that that is the way forward. So I am constantly building that up. I also like to maybe use that to put Aaron and Mike's character in tension with each other. Like I am building up the go on this somewhat dangerous, like risk it to see what is in the fog and the rocks, like meditative experience at a young age. And that is one of the things that is very dangerous on the island. And not that necessarily people die or get lost anymore, but that maybe historically that was the case. And that since then it's been like, no, like it's actually pretty easy to do. You used to do it, but I'm kind of always pushing people into it.
Yeah. So as Tony mentioned, like that there's a relationship there because I'm playing Cantor Forget Me Not. I am quite young, like 25, apprentice on a ship, and that's why I left. I think part of like just thinking of like what Gilley you mentioned, like maybe we do go out and like mine some of these islands out there, right? Like so I joined a almost like a mining dredging ship that like goes out to like these different islands, and then like doesn't even come back to our hometown that often because like we then go and mine these things and trade them elsewhere. It's almost like I almost like a caravan of like miners that just like once in a while will come back to the island, and I think I've never like disembarked for like very long, right? Like I identified more with like the ship life than the island life. But I've decided to come home for a longer time, for some unknown reason. I carry a treasured possession with me, and I left behind a bitter curse. Um, and I have a tanned and weathered look. I imagine them kind of like um, I wrote down like a worn down piece of driftwood, because even though they're young, they've been out in the sun and in the elements for so long. Um, you know, like they look like their skin is like cracked a little bit just because of like being sunburned and back. I think they naturally like were pretty like dark skinned to begin with, so it's like not very uh, uh, obvious. It's just it's just kind of like made it more pronounced, right? Like they look like cracks in driftwood. Yeah. Cool. So
Oh, did we just lose Aaron?
Yeah. There's Aaron.
hello.
There's
Yep.
Aaron.
I accidentally closed the window. Sorry. So now that we know our characters, we should start creating some relationships. I think Tony, you already have some idea. So when we create relationships, it doesn't have to be very complicated. It could just be as simple as, hey, like I know Tony, who because they are supposed to, or because I like listening to their stories, right? Like I just sometimes go and listen to them talk about like the different islands.
Yeah, I cannot figure out if I cannot type for some reason. Like that is what I'm trying to figure out because I should just be able to type on this line, correct?
Yeah, just use the text tool on the side or something.
I guess that's not as much fun as when it happens automatically.
That's not the pen tool guide?
So when you create a connecting line, it gives you the option to add text, and when I click the add text
Yeah.
line, it doesn't do it. So that's fine.
Is it just really small? Is that why?
I don't know.
Yeah, it is just really small.
Oh, is it?
I think.
Oh,
Oops. So yeah, what relationship do you think you have with between Blue Shazza and Gray?
I think. I didn't even think about the fact that we both have color names. I like I mean, I like the idea of us as like foils, to a certain degree. I don't know exactly. There we go. I think like I think in the way that like the type of leadership I should have been providing all these years is the type of leadership that Gray has kind of found himself in. And so I think it's kind of like a like and just like an oppositional. I don't know that I have a better word for than that.
Yeah, I think that sounds perfect. And almost like Gray almost like doesn't know that it's oppositional. Gray just sees it as like, oh, this is the nature of my work. And doesn't understand the conflict part of it. He just kind of understands it almost too scientifically.
I also did not spell that right. There we go. All right, there you go.
I drew one to Cantor. I think that Gray has this thing like, oh, the miners are coming back, or the workers, whoever's coming back. I have like industrial questions for them, and like it's for like engineering safety type things, but has taken a liking for Cantor. Like, oh, this is someone who has some spunk, and I care about that person and want and like have like a like wanting to develop like a mentor mentee relationship with Cantor.
Cool.
I feel so for Emerson. Her brother connects to a lot of it because he's probably one of the people that believes a lot of the lore and takes it a little too seriously and can probably be found harassing both Gray or Cantor or anyone for years on end. So she kind of has to deal with the reputation of her brother kind of being the person that goes up to a lot of these professionals and kind of irritates them and is trying to rectify that because she actually wants to understand what's going on.
I like it.
Cool. Can I make a suggestion for a connection between Cantor and Emerson? So Cantor is a bit older than Emerson, right? Still.
Yes.
Can I make a suggestion that like we became friends on your outgoing trip?
Okay.
Like, because you left at some time to like live with your uncle, right, or some other relative elsewhere, and then now you've come back to the town. So maybe like that was actually one of my first trips out as well. But mine was like to go to work, not to go live somewhere else. So it's like we struck it off at that point in time, like kind of like yeah, we're the youngest people on the boat maybe, and like we became friends for a while. But yeah, then just kind of like lost contact, and like you went to live somewhere else, I went to work.
And I also
simple.
imagine that maybe when you were back in, you saw my name and maybe try to reconnect, assuming that it was me, but I actually came back a little later, so you might have also gotten connected to my sibling rather than me for a second until I returned.
Yeah, I think it's not like a very close friendship. It's kind of like the weird friendships you make, like it's not even like a friendship, right? Like, it's like a weird connection that you make when you're on a trip, right?
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
especially when kids. I was just thinking when like kids go on holiday and like suddenly like there's another kid there and they become good friends for like 3 days. And then,
camp
like,
friends.
Yeah.
I also realized I ostensibly am the same. Who is 20 years older than you, Vic? Is that your uncle?
My brother.
Your brother? I realize that also makes me and your brother precisely the same age. So do we want to create a connection there?
Yeah, I'm happy to say that. Brother's peer. Are you wanting to go with the peer route? Okay.
I think that's what I'm suggesting.
No, is that large enough? Should I make it larger?
It's fine.
Yeah,
Is there a sense of obligation there since like is your brother on the island?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we could flesh that out a little bit more maybe later, like not to do it right now.
Yeah. Nice. So between Cantor and Shaza, what kind of relationship do we have?
You said that you like listening to my stories, I know. Do maybe, especially given kind of the wild nature of my character and your character, at least in appearance and profession, is there for me as maybe a sense that like you're a success story for me?
We can make that a bit closer, right? Like we can just be like uncle and nephew.
I like that.
Yeah, and it's just like like listening to your stories when I was like, I mean, there's a 20, not 20, but like
10-ish year gap.
Wow, it's you're a young uncle is interesting. Yeah. Cousins maybe.
That works.
Actually, I like the idea of the uncle and nephew that only has a 10-year difference.
That's
that's really funny.
My brother is only 8 or 9 years older than my oldest child, so.
Yeah, I made a mistake. I looked at Gray's age instead of Shaza's when I suggested that, but like I like the idea of us like being uncle and nephew that aren't that far apart in age, and like the difference between us being like one actually went out and like went to the islands and the statues, and one stayed behind and imagined and built up this big legend about them. Yeah, maybe we can explore that later, but like just the familial connection could be interesting as well. It's just like maybe I'm staying with you.
I'm totally down for that.
Yeah. Right. So we have relationships to the each other, and kind of like there's some relationships to like the town as well already, or at least like how we relate to the town, in the sense of like you know, I definitely have something to do with the shipping and like going out for resources. Gray has something to do with like safety and was it just safety? Was it?
Yeah, it's he's like an engineer, like process improvement type person. Yeah.
Yep. Does Vic Vic's character does Emerson have a particular relationship with the town other than just your brother is there?
I feel as though she's trying to get a better understanding of how it all works because she has to stay there and she's trying to get that connection
Mhm.
back together and
Okay.
by whatever means necessary.
Yep.
Katie?
Whatever means necessary.
Okay, cool. Right, so that gives us a starting point. So, do you want to take a break now, or do you want to do a short break after we've set up the town a bit more?
I'm good either way. Let's let's finish setting up the town and then we'll take a break, I think, because that'll get us right into play when we come back.
Yeah. Because I always when I run the game, I usually put a break either here, like after character creation, or after the initial town aspects set
Yeah.
up. So yeah. Okay, so we'll do 2 rounds of introducing an aspect of the town, so that each person gets 2 chances to add something to the town. And we do that by we can draw from the Oracle, the town deck. And there's this little add-on application that I've installed into Miro, made by there's someone named Snackswell. Their partner has like coded in a really cool um, uh, app thing for Miro that just lets you draw cards. So we're going to try that. Um, so if you look at the bottom, you should see a spade. And I think it's just a thing where you just drag that square out, and I think it should then create a text box that just tells you what card you've drawn.
I don't see a spade unless I'm looking in the wrong spot.
Oh, is it just installed for myself?
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay. All right. In that case, I might just I'll just do a draw.
So yeah, options. You can either draw, or I have a deck of cards right here. I can draw and hold up to the camera. Either way is fine. And so
go for it, Tony.
Okay.
Quickly before we start, just a quick overview of the specific rules. If you are a returned character, when you draw a card, you introduce the aspect of the town as it was in the past. So how you remember it before you left. If you're a remain character, you introduce the aspect of the town as it is in the present, after all this time. So that's the kind of like differentiation between the 2 character types. You can interpret the prompt however you like, describe how your character is connected to this aspect of the town and how they feel about it. So it doesn't have to be a very like complicated connection. It just can be say, oh, this is something that I like, or like, oh, this is just a person that lives next door to me, you know. And then once you've done with the prompt, then you draw or just write something that represents the aspect of the town. I think we also forgot something, which is we should name our town.
Oh yeah, we were all like, that already sounds like a town, and we just started drawing stuff.
Does anyone have an idea?
For Fog Lake Stone Island.
Oh no, we name our town after. See, I forgot my own game. We name our town after we've done the aspects.
Okay.
So who wants to start first? Tony, since you have the deck of cards, why don't you start?
Sure, we're just gonna draw one of these.
You're muted, I think.
I don't know why I was muted. Apparently I was. I may have bumped my my sound stuff. Hold on.
Oh,
all right.
No.
Can you hear me now?
We can't hear you, Tony. Sorry.
All right, that's dumb. There's this thing ever since Google updated its software like earlier this week, where if I hit the mute button on my board, it completely takes me off of y'all, but also the stream can still hear me. It's just totally bizarre. Have y'all been experiencing this, Vic?
Zeke figured that one out 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's dumb. It's the dumbest thing. And so, yeah. Okay, I'm going to draw a card. I got the 9 of hearts.
All right, 9 of hearts.
I also have a deck now too.
How dare you?
Only it's digital.
Ooh.
Nice. All right, so I've got a place of conflict and strife. No, wait, hearts.
9 of hearts. It's a resident, so
a reliable fixture.
Ooh.
Do we draw an indicator of this on the map somewhere, or are we just naming this?
Yeah, so that's your you're a remain character, so you describe this reliable fixture as they are now in the present, and then you can draw or write what that is, who that is.
I'm gonna go ahead and it's gonna be Remus. I think he's like a lighthouse keeper. And because there's nothing more reliable / slightly insane than a lighthouse keeper. And now I have to draw a lighthouse on the town as it is now, correct?
Yep.
Yep.
All right, so I'm gonna do that. Yeah, Remus is the lighthouse keeper. Remus has been keeping the lighthouse for about as long as anybody can remember. Remus does not come into town very often, but we make regular like visits out to take food and other stuff like that. Because as mining ships are coming in and out all the time, it is a huge aspect of safety. Actually, even I think maybe in the last little bit, the lighthouse has maybe become a little bit more of a center of action because of the like increased focus on safety. And so like now there's like another smaller building next to it, with other people, but Remus is really kind of the fixture there.
Yep.
Like it's hard to think about the safety of people coming and going without thinking about Remus.
What does Shazza think of Remus?
I get along really well with Remus. I think I think lately it's become kind of strained because before there was this focus on safety. I was one of the few people who would constantly go and visit Remus, because Remus has seen a whole lot. And early on, I think I was kind of mining stories from Remus. And now because of like all the people there who kind of are focused on safety, I go less than I used to. So I like Remus a whole lot, but I don't want to have to deal with all the other people around Remus, and I think I'm probably slightly jealous of the attention, not that Remus gets, but that other people now give him.
Cool.
Interesting.
Do we need to write any of that down anywhere?
Yeah, I mean, feel free to write as much as you want.
Okay.
We should at least like write Remus's name down so we
Right. So I think my question really was more: is there a place I'm supposed to put that sticky note or a certain color we want to use for characters? Does that go in the characters section, or does he go somewhere else?
Just write it on the map actually.
On the map?
Like just add a sticky note to the map for Remus.
It's a map. It's a map. It's a map. It's a map.
Who wants to go next?
I'll go next.
Yeah, we'll go back to the past. Yeah, let's do a alternating thing. So if we go Shazza and then Emerson, then Gray, and then Cantor. So it'll be present, past, present, past, present, past. Yeah.
Ace of Spades.
Ooh. Ace of Spades.
Yeah.
An
I'm
old
stopping myself. An old haunt or hangout spot. I'm gonna have to say there's on the other side where like the mirrored side where the lighthouse isn't, there's an area where a lot of like kids, like not younger kids, but like usually college age kids hang out, and like people who are just like in their early 20s to late 20s. And oftentimes I feel as though like Emerson would look from afar and be like, oh, everyone gets to have friends but me, because they're also probably the youngest person on the island too. But that spot is definitely like a huge hub for kids. Also, probably one of the safety risks as well. Not any like, I don't want to go into the details of any of it, but I imagine that due to the fact that it's on the other side, there might be a little bit of more dangerous things happening in the cove due to it. The lighthouse kind of every few days as it goes around, it kind of sometimes being a blind spot since it's so close by. I don't know. That was probably bad lighthouse knowledge, and I grew up near a lighthouse, so that's just sad.
And does Vic put on the map town then or the town now?
That is
the town then, so in the past.
And
This is how Emerson remembers it.
Oh gosh, it's so hard to. There it is. I'll do that colored sticky note too.
So it's on the other map actually, Vic.
Oh. I will move it.
I was asking maybe like that was my like subtle be like, hey Vic, you're on the wrong map, but you know.
I know. I'm a sleepy Vic.
That's all right.
I'm doing my very best.
I feel like Vic is one of the best names for making something that you're feeling right now or doing right now sound like a proper noun.
Oh,
like I'm a hungry Vic. I'm a angry Vic. I'm a Bolshevik.
I assume there is some subconscious like truth to that for me, and I just didn't acknowledge it when it happened. Oh yeah, because there isn't a lighthouse here. That's probably why their lighthouse exists.
Yeah, the lighthouse just used to be like a small watchtower with like a light, and now it is this big thing.
So sorry, Aaron. I'm usually quite quick.
No, that's okay. So we haven't established that, right? Like throughout the game, you can say that there was always a lighthouse there, or there wasn't a lighthouse there when you were when you remember the hangout spot, right? It can change. So it's up to us. Whoever wants to like show how the town has changed, they will get a chance to introduce that. So yeah, it's like a weird quantum lighthouse there at the moment. Like it might be there, it might not be there.
Schrodinger's lighthouse.
If I change the color, it'll help me remember where I'm supposed to put things.
Gilley, Aaron, do you want to go next?
Yeah, and I drew the Queen of Spades.
Ooh. That's a cool one to get. Now,
a haunted wreck. So I want to say, I guess kind of, if I'm going to yes and this lighthouse, I thought the haunted wreck is like pretty adjacent to this lighthouse. Whether the lighthouse was before or after this wreck remains to be determined. But I want to say that there's a relationship between that lighthouse and this wreck. And that, I'm going to draw this. I think maybe the the people on the lighthouse, or or the person or persons on on said ship. People, and when the light hits at the right time of day, maybe they see like a presence or an aura of these people, as if like they are looking for their ship again. They're in the water, so I'm going to do that.
Oh,
So here,
cool.
get my drawer out. All right, so it's going to be right here, like a boat with X's on it.
Nice.
And I'll draw some rocks around it too.
How does Gray feel about it, Rec?
Oh, definitely not a fan. I mean, it's one of those things where I think Gray forgot the humanity of the wreck and said, that could have been avoided had the person picked the right nautical coordinates and sailed at the correct time of day. And that's something that Gray probably went on and on about for quite some time after the wreck happened. And to a fault, forgot like, oh, that was probably someone's loved one or companion that was aboard that ship. But it was definitely something that was a big event for Gray.
Mhm.
It's a big old rock, and I apologize for that.
Right. Cool. Shall I go next? I drew the 7 of clubs, which is a superstition or custom. Superstition or custom. I like the idea of doing something with the stones in the lake. I think back then, we used to I think it's an old sailor's superstition that you would go to, before going out into like the sea itself, you'd go into the lake, and there's this like there are those little stones in the lake. I'm just gonna pick a different color because it's kind of hard to see. And you would kind of put up like little standing stones that look like some of the islands around you. And you would go, and those would be like the little shrines of like, oh, I'm going to be going to the Doberman Island on my next trip. So I go to the shrine of we put a shrine that looks like the Doberman Island on one of the smaller stones in the lake. It's kind of like a smaller part of like a bigger whole, right? And so the sailors would take a like not the big ship, but they take a canoe out into the lake, go into one of the shrines, and they would leave a small like paper boat there for like safe journeys, like to and fro. And I think Cantor always wanted to like leave town, and I've always wanted to like go out and like see the islands, like join the mining ships, and so I always loved going to the shrines and putting my own paper boat at the shrine, even though I wouldn't actually be sailing out there, but I put a paper boat there and imagine sailing out when I was older. Cool. That's for me. Back to you, Tony.
All right. I got the 7 of hearts. Which is another resident. It's a friendly animal. Let's go aquatic. Which actually that's a fun, like, maybe play a little bit. Those shrines look like the other islands. Sailors leave paper boats for safe journey. Oh, picked up a whole lot of water and started moving it. I like the idea that there's a family of like otters that have become like focused on that area where people leave paper boats because there are people there. They have become very friendly, and they're kind of like the otters will swim in and out with people as they journey in and out of the cove. And like if the otters don't appear, it's considered like
Bad luck.
like a bad luck sign. And so like they are much beloved and taken care of, and people will like take otter treats out whenever they go to try to make sure that the otters come and hang with them. Boop. 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 Boop.
Are those otters?
Oh.
You otter know. There's that. With the ships coming in and out. Much loved and considered a sign of luck. There you go.
Nice.
Oh, Blake had said jellyfish. Jellyfish would have been good also. There's jellyfish in there too.
Ooh, I like the name for the stones in the lake being the sisters.
The sisters, I like that also too.
Yeah.
Just want to double check how that was noted. I just got a known criminal, and that was, and I'm gonna go with Grave Dave.
Old Grave Dave.
Oh, Grave Dave, that's my dude.
Who often steals from the sailors, but does it in a way where he'll like come up to them over time and like build a rapport for vulnerability. So the reason he got the name Grave Dave is because Dave comes with grave consequences.
I love that.
And he also lives on the outskirts of town in the shadow of this particular rock formation.
Nice.
Grave Dave.
Grave Dave.
Grave Dave.
I think we all know a Grave Dave in our own lives.
You know.
And if you don't know a Grave Dave, you are the Grave Dave.
That's right.
So why does Emerson remember Grave Dave?
She remembers Grave Dave because she's witnessed him stealing from both of everyone who has worked at the docks but never said anything, because at the time she was very, very small, and now can almost build up a rapport with any of you based on the fact that you're like, oh, you want to know where this one thing was? I know where it is. Like, that's her starting. Do you remember when you lost something this many years ago? Oh, that guy definitely has it in his shed. And there's also an optical, like, she can see it from the hangout spot, but also his house can also be seen from the little shrine as well. So there's like a vantage point of both places because the rocks almost shade him, but only from the town.
Nice.
The fog in town keeps people from realizing it's Grave Dave every single time.
Yeah. All right. It's that little shack that Grave Dave.
I'll do it. If you want to draw it, you can.
uh, I'm,
I'm like trying to figure out where the vantage point is. I think it's like I don't know.
I'm just gonna
Yes, there.
draw a little for Grave Dave.
You know, a couple generations from now, that place is just going to be like Graves Dave's Seaside Shanty and Grill. Like, I don't know. We found all this cool stuff here. When some guy passed away, we built a bar on top of it.
Yeah.
Grave Dave becomes Dave's grave. Does a little morbid, I'm sorry.
Grave Dave's Crab Shack.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's Gravy Dave's, right?
Yes.
Gravy Dave's.
Do you, another? Do you gotta have another card, Aaron?
Yes,
Gilley?
and so
Sorry.
so this is perfect. What a great timing. So I got the 2 of spades, which is a favorite eating or drinking establishment.
Gravy Dave's.
Well, we have to, right? I mean, I'm a good improviser. We have to do that. So now, close to the spot where Grave Dave once was, there now is Gravy Dave's Wings and Things.
Gravy Dave's Wings and Things. Is it run by David Grave Jr.?
Yes, who is essentially this world's equivalent of Wendy,
Right.
and has an absolute fire Twitter account. So Gravy Dave's Wings and Things is the restaurant, a favorite eating establishment, and drinking. You know, the things could be drinks.
Some of the things are drinks.
Right? Yeah, so we'll put that right over here. So let's draw this.
It's fun, like, as you get used to using the mirror board, watching other people's pointers and manipulating things, but not knowing exactly what they're doing, but having a good general idea from positioning on your screen.
I'm gonna spend the next 30 minutes drawing small wings and beers and potato skins outside this building.
Cool.
It's actually repurposed from all of the stolen goods.
Yes.
Like all the tables are just random. Yeah. Like it's like, that's my surfboard. No, sir. I don't know what you're talking
This
about.
was donated.
I love that.
Or he's just very aware of it and he knows. He's like, it's not my fault.
I found it. It's historical.
Chat, go ahead and tell us what your favorite environmental art inside of Gravy Dave's Wings and Things is. Was that the last of our round 2, or do we have one more?
I have one more, a last one. So I drew a 9 of diamonds, which is a union or ceremony of vows.
Ooh.
I think That's a tough one. A union or ceremony of vows. I kind of want to do something with the fog, but I'm not sure what that might be.
Exciting.
Do you want pitches?
Yeah, if you have an idea.
Like what if there is a relational bond that's formed and part of it is like finding each other in the fog? Like it doesn't have to necessarily be romantic. It could be romantic. It could be part of like a marriage ceremony or union ceremony, but it could be like when a child is born or any or other small rites of passage, right? But like that there is an area that you're supposed to go and like each of you start on a different end and this area is like the densest fog and you have to find each other in it within a period of time or it's not meant to be or so something along those lines.
Yeah, I like that a lot. It's like there's a tradition in like Chinese marriages where like the groom has to go through a bunch of challenges to get to the bride. Like the Jipsan you always have to like the bridesmaids have to set challenges for the groomsmen, and the groomsmen are basically there to tank the challenges for the groom. So they have to take the brunt of it. So for example, like one of the things that like people tend to do is like, oh, you have to like eat wasabi or something, right? And then like, okay, everyone has to do it, but like the groomsmen will try and take more so that the groom doesn't have to like suffer so much. That kind of thing. Like this reminds me of that, and like there's some challenge to it.
It could, like it could be interesting if it's almost like a form of like a long form of yes or no. Like if there was like one like let's say it is marriage, right? Let's just for example, like one of you goes into the fog and the other one is like on a high like place where you can see and you can decide like based on how well you see them like whoever asks has to go into the fog. The person who gets asked stands at the top, and they can help or not as much as they want to guide that person like through these challenges from their vantage point if they want to say yes, right? Like they are allowed to help. If they don't have to. I don't know, because that also ends up with weird like, okay, I didn't want to marry you, but you happen to actually do all the things parts too.
Yeah, maybe something a bit more equitable. Like
Yeah.
I think the idea that initial pitch of like, hey, you have to find each other, it's almost like a very serious game of Marco Polo.
Oh man.
Yeah. So I like that idea of like it's not just like a marriage thing, right? Like when you join a family or like when you join like a company or something like
it's a form of bonding or like
yes
legal agreement making.
And it's just like you can talk to you basically like start in the fog and you have to find each other, and once you clasp hands or and then that kind of like ends it. So you just have to make your way towards each other. However, like there probably are variations of the ceremony depending on whether it's a marriage or a business relationship, on like what you call out to each other maybe. Yeah, that's cute. I like it.
I like it a lot.
Ritual of finding sounds cool. To each other in thick fog. All right, so that gives us enough to start off with. I'm gonna draw some fog and like 2 people in it. Fog.
Awesome.
And then 2 people playing Marco Polo in the fog. Yeah. All right, so that's I think I had to do this before I apprenticed to the ship. Like I did the version of this that was like more about um, uh, apprenticing myself to like a I don't know, was I a carpenter or something on the ship, like a wayfinder on the ship? So like we had to kind of find each other. Like it's way more serious for us as well, right? We have we had a different where I was I'm gonna like say this right now. Like I apprenticed to like a navigator, like a draftsman, or like navigator, and like our version was like real serious about like you can't talk or something. You have to like navigate by like landmarks to find each other, and like that was a significant moment for me right before I left. Right, was
Yeah.
I did this ceremony, right before I went on the ship for a long period of time.
Love it.
Nice. All right. I think this might be a good place
Yeah.
to pause.
Let's
Yeah,
take let's take a 5-minute break. I am going to vamp a little bit, so I'm going to pop some other stuff up on the screen. Y'all are welcome to go ahead and walk off because no one will be able to see you until we get back. But y'all are clear right now. I'm going to talk about a couple things before we come back. But let's come back at about 5 till the hour. I'll see y'all in a second. So we here on the game is part of a bundle. I'll actually drop a link to the game in just 1 second. It's actually been down below us, but I'll drop the link to the bundle also too, because it's a great way to get it, because it is a phenomenal bundle. We'll talk about that in just 1 second also. We've been playing an Altogether Different River here on Plus One EXP. We like to create content again to help amazing designers find great players who love their games, and amazing players find great designers whose games they can love. We do it in a lot of different ways, but one of the main ones is by playing games with folks. We also do short reviews over on our YouTube channel and host a bunch of community conversations. You want to help support this channel and help us support the rest of the party, you can become a content champion over at kofi.com/plus1exp. If you're watching on Twitch, you can just link over to there. We've got some giveaways and other stuff coming up soon also too for that. Also over the next couple days, we have a few different actual plays that we're going to be doing. The first one that I want to talk about is Down We Go, which is a all month long series of actual plays we're doing, exploring a mega dungeon using Marcus Linderum's Down We Go, that we're actually crowdfunding right now using Itch. It's a process called Itch funding to raise money to develop this amazing one-page game into a about 28-page expanded zine. The rules will stay the same. It'll still be a very simple game to play. Has phenomenal OSR vibes. We're playing that every Wednesday. Marcus and I are actually switching out. I'm going to be stepping into the GM chair this Wednesday. That's at 3 p.m. Eastern time. I'm very excited about that. Also, I don't have a graphic for it, but we are going to be playing Spencer Campbell's light system with the new Go Nova expansion as a celebration of them flash funding on Wednesday. Zach Gorman earlier in the day, and Zach Gorman, who draws Earthbound comics and is an amazing artist, is going to be joining us for that. He's a big fan of that work. I'm going to post the link to the bundle that an Altogether Different River is in, as well as the direct link in just 1 second for y'all to check out. We are going to be back in just a couple minutes because I've already been talking for a little bit. But thank you all so much. If you haven't hit follow, hit follow. If you want to go over to YouTube and hit subscribe and follow us there. Also, we are on the road to 1,000. We're a little over 700 right now, and would love in the next couple months to try to hit that 1,000 subscriber mark. It's a huge milestone for us, but we will be right back after this to keep on playing an Altogether Different River. All right, and we are back playing An Altogether Different River. It's a world-building storytelling game about what it's like for those things that change when you leave home and come back, and what it's like for those who stayed. We are playing with the creator, Aaron, along with a couple other absolutely phenomenal people, Aaron Gilley, who we're calling Gilley for the sake of this stream, and then Vic. So I'm super excited to be diving back in with y'all. We've got our town set up, we've created our characters, and now we're going to enter into the next phase of play. So Aaron, why don't you take us away?
Yeah. Before we jump into that, we should name our town.
Oh, that's right.
Does anyone have any good ideas for names?
Just because of the nature of like the crescent around this thing, something cove, like, or something's cove, just seems very appropriate. Not sure what that first thing should be, but something cove or something's cove.
I worry that it's redundant, but Seafret's Cove, like making Seafret one word, but it does seem a little bit like on the nose.
On the nose is fine.
Yeah. I like that. I like how
Blake says Cove McCove face.
Cove McCove, yes. Since we already those rock formations are called the Sisters, like Sisters Cove could be like a not too much hat on a hat, but it could be.
I'm down.
I like that.
Yeah, let's go for that. Just write it down.
Vic, also love that your cats are just playing and wrestling in the background.
I was worried that was going to be an actual fight. You couldn't tell. I was like,
I have to remember that I can't zoom in on what everybody else sees in Streamlabs. I have to go over to the actual mirror and just zoom in.
All right. So for the next phase of the game, it's the exploration. So there's two actions that you could take. One is to just pick an aspect and show how an aspect of the town has changed. So during this phase of the game, it doesn't matter whether you're returned or remain. You can just do the same thing, which is just pick one of the aspects and then show how it's like at the corresponding moment in time. So if you pick something in the past, you show how it's like now in the present. If you pick something in the present, you show how it's like in the past. You describe how your character is connected to this aspect of the town. Like some of this has already been established. And how your feelings about that aspect might have changed, or how you might have changed in relation to that aspect. And then once you've kind of like done your own reflection, you get to ask one other character, like a question about, hey, what do you think about this thing, right? Like now that I've shown that something has changed or something has stayed the same throughout the whole period of time, what do you feel about it? So you can ask that in character or out of character. You could have like a simple conversation of like, hey, how would we have this conversation in character? That can be a way to like play a short like mini scene, or you can just ask, hey, what does your character think about this? I'm interested in like that perspective, and this might lead to like new questions that might replace the question that you've bookmarked, or not replace, but like in addition to the question that you've bookmarked in character creation. So feel free to write those questions down, and then once you're done, then you update the maps. Just draw what it's like, and also update any relationships if that might change. The other thing that you can do is you can ask and answer a question with a scene. So this is why we've been bookmarking questions. This is like more of a bigger played out scene. So you pick one of the questions that you have bookmarked and say, hey, I'm interested in answering this question. Let's play out a scene to try and answer the question. So you go through a couple of steps. You choose a question, frame the scene, then you play it out, and then as soon as you figure out there's an answer to the question, you end the scene. So one thing to remember is that even when you play a scene, you can like add a lot of details to the town without having to like draw a card or a prompt or anything. Like anything that you say happens in the scene can just like exist in the town. So you can like add some more detail there. So that's kind of like the high level on what you can do. And if you have any questions about specifics, we can get into that once you take the action.
Cool.
Do you want to go in the same order as before? So like Tony, Vic, Gilley, and then myself.
Sure.
Sounds great.
Yep.
All right. Walk me through it slowly now.
Okay. Yeah. So it's either you choose an aspect and show how it's changed over time, and then do a kind of like reflection on like how that affects your character and one other character, or you choose a question that's been bookmarked, and we play out a short scene to like answer that question.
Cool. So if I'm choosing an aspect, are we off the deck now, or am I using the deck?
Yeah, off the deck.
Off the deck.
Just choose something that already exists on one of the maps and show how it is like on the other map.
Got you. That's your question with the scene. All right, excellent. So, I will say one of my favorite things was Aaron's last piece. I loved this idea of this ritual, finding a way to each other in the fog. I like the idea. So that's what I want to look at. So now I'm going to go over to the map. That was then, so this is now. So we're going to look at it in the now side of things. I actually like the idea that this was kind of a bounded place, maybe. Back in the day, like there was a clearly defined place where this happened, and that place was like special to the community. And now that place has become a little bit less like this happens, but it's more a matter of circumstance now. Over the last few years, it's become kind of just a thing that you do that you don't really think about except for some, specific things that might be slightly more important. And that maybe the boundary marker for that fog, for that area where it happens in, has become kind of broken and spread around a little bit.
So is it when you say that, do you mean like, oh, it's just something that you just do at a different place now? You just don't need to go back to the specific.
I think for some people, I think the concept is like it's become more of an empty ceremony, and there's less significance to it for most people. I think yeah, there are probably some people who are like, all right, we're gonna go outside and like walk towards each other and grab. You're like, great, we did it. But also that the physical space itself used to be like well kept and well cared for, and like was a place that people, even if you didn't know what was happening that day, you might go sit because you knew that there would be people coming by, and entering into different ceremonies and contracts. It was an easy way to kind of see what was happening in the life of the village. And maybe like those benches are now fallen over, and the circle of like the boundary stones that marked the edge of it are no longer like as cleanly kept. Does that make sense?
Yep. Cool.
So I'm going to make the fog more diffuse. Let's see.
Grimace.
We'll pop those people in there. Boop, 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 boop. But we will. We're gonna add maybe a little bit of a question mark, like why are we doing this? And we will add like a broken kind of ring of like what used to all be in a line is now jagged and been kicked and moved around. And it's just become a kind of a confused reality, I think.
Cool. So the next parts of it, I guess, is how does Shazza feel about that, and then you get to choose one other person to ask how they feel about the change as well.
Yeah, I think this is a good place to just enter in with maybe Shaza and Gray as kind of alternate. Like, I mean, Shaza is upset by this. I think there's probably on a regular basis is like will go out and reset as much as they emotionally can handle the stones into like the right formation and then come back a day later and they've just been like trod across because people aren't paying attention to like because I think it's legitimately probably hard to see them a lot of the time and people used to mark and know and be aware of the borders and now they're just like like whatever, like get these stones out of my way. And I think he is upset, he's deeply upset by it. For him it's a sign of a lot of the changes that have come to the island. I kind of like, I mean, I guess I'll ask like maybe the way I'll ask it is like Gray, what new form of contract making has replaced this within the community?
Is that a rhetorical asking or an actual asking?
I think it's an actual asking the way I understand it. Like, I think I ask you the question. I guess I could ask anybody also too. Yeah. But I think specifically Gray is the relationship I want to explore here.
Yeah.
As somebody who probably represents what would have replaced this, right?
Yeah.
Like what is replaced or become added to this version of contract making in the town now.
Truthfully, Shaza, I think that people no longer have the need to look for safety and establish that contract. I think that people may acknowledge it on the surface and in interactions with people, but secretly, they don't care about it anymore. That makes me incredibly sad.
So you're saddened by this change also?
Yeah, saddened by it, but like, not. My guess is that Shaza has a more personal connection to it, and this is like a work exercise for Gray.
Like for you, it was an effective work ritual. For me, it was part of a way of life.
Yeah, and when Gray says he's sad by it, he's like, well, all that, now I have a good A/B test for this to check how often people get hurt or dead because of this. Now I've got to get all this data from it.
I think Krauser probably is like somewhat surprised that you initially like are like, oh man, I'm sad also too, and that as you talk about it is like, oh yeah, no, I guess that's sad. Yeah. Is there Aaron, anything else we're supposed to do as part of that?
No. It's just like how both of you feel about how these things have changed, and then it's just updating the maps after that. This is kind of like the simpler action here, but it's also kind of an important one because like it's the way to show how things have changed. But yeah, that's it. Vic, you're muted.
I did it. I've gone so long without doing that. I feel as though the otters would be something that she might focus on.
Oh, cool.
I think that over the years, a lot of the formation of rocks have been taken up from like from the sailors and everything else. Construction crews have really changed a lot of the interior lake in order to accommodate for more like mammal wildlife and things like that, because when she was much younger, it was mostly fish and gulls around the area, and she could probably see the otters in a like adjacent area, and they've migrated into this little cove over the years.
So you're saying in the past the otters were a lot more prevalent?
The otters were bordering the area rather than being more like they become friendlier towards people, and I feel like that migration pattern is indicated in the future.
Mhm.
I hope I answered that correctly.
Well, I
They're
guess
new,
because
correct?
yeah, they're new. So how do you remember them?
I
Like
remember them being
previously,
far away.
far away. Yep,
Yes.
yep, yeah.
It seems as though they've
Maybe
they've decided it's much more it's cool to hang out here now.
yeah.
And it probably makes them a little nervous with all the ships and everything that maybe the
Mhm.
otters might get hurt, but in a
Mm.
like superficial way because she'll see them be fine.
Mhm.
But I feel like she'd constantly go up to the decks and ask maybe sorry, Gray or Shaza, like, or even like since we knew each other for a second, I
Mhm.
actually believe that would be a better point of entry, like asking Cantor
Mhm.
if he understands why it's safe for the otters, and she's a little bit uncomfortable with that, but she's
Mhm.
also it's like a kid's kind of problem.
Yep. So are you asking Cantor how he feels?
Yes.
Yeah. I think this is a thing that Cantor is conflicted about. Because I think he likes seeing the otters play around in the lake, and um uh and like he he kind of acknowledges, oh yeah, like the otters are a sign of luck. But like when Emerson brings up, then he realizes also that, oh yeah, when we were kids, there used to be otters. Like the otters didn't used to like come so close, but they used to be like out in the shoals in the other islands as well. Um, so he is wondering whether he was a part of that, because like when they mine the shoals, when they go out to mine the shoals, like he feels a bit of guilt, I guess, in that, like, was it part of his work, that caused the otters to like have to move closer to people, because they've been mining, um, like the ships have been mining out in like the other areas, and like maybe destroying their habitats. So it's like, oh, he's conflicted. It's like, you know, he doesn't bring this up to Emerson. It's just like, oh, don't worry, like they're a good luck charm for the sailors, right? Um, they swim with us and make sure that we go out there safely and come back safely. Um, yeah, it's kind of like, uh, you know, we are going to take care of them. Like it's a very human centric way of thinking about, like, oh, we'll take care of them because they bring us good luck. But in the back of his mind, he's like, oh, did we actually cause this? Are we the bad guys? Um, and he feels that guilt when he hears the concern in Emerson's that question.
I think she definitely believes it, like, but she's also a little bit apprehensive, and she's like, "Oh, okay, maybe I don't need to know more," because she can tell that it's information she doesn't want.
Hmm. Yeah, it's like when we left, right? Like there weren't otters like guiding us out of the bay, out of the cove, and now it's a thing that happens. Um,
I
yeah,
almost wonder
don't
if
worry
she
about it.
tried to
We'll take care of
feed them
them.
to like lure them closer to the shore and further away from the ships.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, can represent the otters somehow in the previous map.
So far away from us.
Oh, can I? I don't even think it'll read if I do it that detailed. God, how do I even draw an otter? There's their little nose.
Your otter's going to be so much better than my otter.
Oh,
Otters finding each other in the fog.
yes. They came from
They
the
ho-
fog. I should probably put it on the other side, but I like the idea that they only showed up, like they only noticed them at certain times of the day. So it prolonged the distance.
Otters in the fog,
Ba-da-da-da-da.
finding each other.
Way to make
Because supposedly sea otters hold hands.
they do.
Yeah.
I should give him a little sandwich.
Tony, I won't sing any more of that song, so we don't have to worry about any kind of musical licensing.
Yeah, I'm sure the algorithm already picked that up. Thanks.
I don't want Sinatra's people coming after us.
That's right.
Oh no.
The
Or
mob.
Crosby,
I don't know
whoever.
how it managed to make it look like a rat.
Well, I mean, rats
love
are
it.
what are otters but cute rats?
They're just covered by the cloak.
They're like round, cute rats. Round and long rather than sharp and short and pointy.
They are like they are far more people-like than rats, also too.
Yeah.
That's why
I
we
like this. I like this rap. I want to make it wet. There we go. That's a good way to look at it.
What would make this rat
I
cuter?
personally identify with wet rat energy.
It's your astrological sign. It's wet rat energy.
Wet rat.
That's the house I sorted into. Or a house.
My Harry Potter Patronus is
Hey,
wet rat.
I'm gonna mute myself in both places real quick and then try to figure out how to unmute myself because I smell something burning in my household. And so hold you get I'm not next, but I just needed to make sure somebody checks on it real quick.
Okay. Yeah.
It's the ghost of Frank Sinatra coming to haunt Tony.
Yeah.
I felt like I wasn't allowed to go the Gravy Davy route because I feel like we explored it so much that I'm like, I need to find something else.
Hey, Gravy Davy was iconic. And I feel like you can spend as much time on him as you'd like.
The Gravy
Yeah.
Davy lore.
Gravy Davy lore.
Gilley, do you want to go next?
Absolutely. And so the question that I want to look at is, what is the most important thing keeping me here in town? And I feel a good way to frame this is to look at in the town now and looking at this wreck and seeing, why am I here doing what I'm doing? Oh, this wreck is a good testament to that. I think this plays out not at the wreck itself, but at Gravy Dave's Wings and Things, discussing it. So Gray is discussing it with his mentee.
Yeah.
And so who just, happens to be Cantor. Gravy, he's at, Gray is at Gravy Dave's, with Cantor, discussing this important thing that happened and discussing, but it's kind of his way of self-promoting a little bit. That's how I see it playing out.
Speaking of promotions, Gravy Dave's Tuesday night, all you can thing wings is a promotion not to be missed.
So,
Yeah,
so I'd love to play that out.
Yeah. The only thing to kind of keep in mind. So
Okay.
we've very kind of like done that here. We picked the question, we framed the scene, and as we're playing it out, the only thing to keep in mind is that um, when we are talking about details of things that happen in town, I'll defer to someone who remained. They will know best what happened in town throughout that time. But when it comes to things that happen outside of town, and things way back in the past, then you ask someone who returned. Um, so between the two of us, I will have more like it's not a black and white thing of like, hey, if I say something is true out of town, that means it's true. It's more like, oh, like we will differ more to like, oh yeah, obviously it's like someone who's been out of town will know more about what's happening out of town. Yeah. And like someone who stayed in town will know more about how things are currently versus how things were, right? That one's a bit of a strange one in that like I can just
Oh, that was really helpful.
Yeah, thank you for that.
And as soon as we figure out the scene gets towards the answer of the question that you've selected, which is what is the most important thing keeping Gray in town, then we write the answer down in this thing called the river, which is just the space for us to write our questions and answers. Yeah, that's kind of like the only mechanical thing. Other than that, just say where we are, who's there, what's happening, and like if you want to involve other people as not their characters, that's fine as well. Like if you want to say, hey, you just want someone want to play Gravy Dave, that's
David
or
Graves Jr.
David Graves Jr.
So Vic, if you want to play a relative or descendant of Grave Dave, as that was your as your creation, and same thing for you, Tony. If y'all feel free to join into this scene. All right. Cantor, can I get you anything else? Do you want some jalapeno poppers or some mozzarella wands or some calamari blasters or maybe some fried potato spirals? Is there anything I can get you while we're here at this lovely establishment?
No, I'm good. Like the stuff that you've gotten, like I think we have wings already. Like since it's the promo today. It's wings night. So I think no, I'm good with wings for now.
Perfect.
So yeah. I get the feeling this isn't just a social call.
Cantor, right? I'm glad that you trust your intuition on this. I like to say that intuition really is the sixth sense, and as as people who study, we do have to trust our gut, and I appreciate you trusting your gut instinct on this. I'm fascinated by your exploits and your time out on the open ocean, and I think it's fascinating the work that you're doing. Tell me a little bit more about some of your more harrowing tales.
I think Cantor has a bit of a faraway look at this point, and it's like, well, you know that it's not all, it's not all just sunshine and waves out on the sea. It's tough work, and I appreciate, like, even back then before we went out, like, all your advice about like keeping things safe and workable on the ship every time we've come back for supplies. I appreciate your advice and counsel. However, I think he hesitates a little bit, and I think I'm not going out anymore.
You're hanging it up, as they are wont to say. You're moving on to the next big adventure then, huh?
Did you actually hear about what happened to the two ships? Great.
Yeah, I did, but I'd love to hear your take on it, because we have to look at it from different viewpoints, and I haven't heard yours yet.
And then he kind of like looks around and is like, look, I know they said that it was like a blown gasket, like it was a mechanical fault. But I can't help but be a bit superstitious.
Superstitious. So something paranormal happened, and from what I gathered, it's frightened you just a wee bit.
How does Gray usually think about like the paranormal and stuff like that?
Gray is very skeptical of it, but he's not one to dismiss it. He will use it as leverage to figure out what like from what you see as paranormal, he thinks can be like you're understanding something in a paranormal way that's probably just some other natural phenomena. And he would rather help you connect the dots and say, "Oh, ghosts aren't real, you whatever." He's not going to berate anybody. He's interested in how you get to that point. So
So I think Cantor like has had this conversation before, I think, with Gray. And it's like, oh, come on, I know that tone of voice, Gray. Like, yes, it's all sailors' tales, but you spend enough time out there, and you've checked the gaskets, you checked the screws, and some things you just can't explain, right?
Yeah. In the somewhat scientific community, we call those unturned stones, things that you just haven't explored yet, or things that you just haven't wrapped your head around. And I think that the anthropological grist that we get from those stories is not useless. I think it helps fuel our determination to figure things out, whether it's ghosts or the geometry was wrong. I think that your interpretation of it is just as valid as any chemists or geographers or anybody else's.
I think Cantor chuckles and is like, "Oh, this is like well trod territory with Gray," and it's like, yeah, you know what? Maybe you're right, but like sailors are still gonna be superstitious.
Yeah.
Like it takes a lot to change people's minds, right?
Yeah.
I know I'm not gonna go back out there again. Like I've seen too much. You should go out there and see it sometimes. Sometime yourself, Gray.
Yeah.
It's funny hearing it from me, like, cause I'm younger than you.
Yeah.
But I think he doesn't say that, but like he just it must be funny coming from me, but
Which one of you had the Kissed Your Sister IPA?
That would be me, and I'd love to put in an order for some of that mind-blowing bread pudding I saw on the dessert special.
I got you.
We're actually fresh out of that particular brand at the moment. We need one ingredient for it, and that ingredient hasn't been shipped in about 3 weeks. Thank you very much. So you can't really get that pudding today. I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, we're running low on bone. We're waiting for somebody to bring some more bone back.
So you see Gray like pull out like his notepad, start like sketching out like a logistical like supply chain equation, like can't get bone in 3 weeks. Like he loses total connection to like the actual impact of that.
Does Gray have his notebook out again? I told him he's not allowed to do that when it comes to my. You can't be nosy. Some things don't concern you.
You can't be copying our secret recipes, Gray.
I'm sorry.
Our daddy gave us these. They're family originals. No matter what anyone says.
You know, at my heart, I'm an empiricist. And the empiricist must collect data. I promise it is not any proprietary information. I'm more interested in your process, but I do digress.
You know what empiricist sounds like? Imperialist. That's all I'm saying.
Now wait a minute. For the record, I am not an imperialist nor in favor of any colonization. Let's put that on the table right now.
Just so you know, when you head out, I just want to look a little bit at your notebook, and then I'm good.
You know, I will happy to oblige that. You know, you all are very lucky to have someone like Cantor here in Sisters Cove. Somebody who's honest and genuine and isn't afraid to acknowledge when something could be right or wrong or both. And for that, I want to say your ticket's on me tonight, pal. I got you covered tonight. Your money's no good here.
Cantor's muttering under his breath, Bone Town's haunted. That's why you're not getting bones, because it's haunted. What do you think the bones?
You know what? I'm satisfied with this. I am satisfied with that scene, unless mechanically we need to pivot in any direction.
No. So what's the answer that you think you found for Gray? What's the most important thing keeping them here in town?
That I think Gray kind of understands, and this is something that Gray thinks about a lot, is that if I weren't here, we wouldn't be able. No one in town could reframe the discussions that we have. Like Gray kind of sees himself as like a thought alchemist. Like, oh, these townspeople, as earnest and genuine as they are going to give me some little nuggets that I'm going to then turn into something beautiful so that everyone can learn from it. And so, which is just so he's full of himself. But like to him, he's like patting himself on the back for being so intrinsically motivated. For being like, you know what? They need me here. Because he's just a blowhard, pretty much, but like a nice blowhard.
I love thought alchemist. Yeah.
Awesome. You know, I'm going to draw that. That's my thing. I'm going to find a way to draw thought alchemy. Give me 30 minutes. Oops.
I think.
And that was in response to the ship? What was that? I'm sort of trying to drag it back on. I love it. All right.
I think I'm going to do a simple one. I will... just while you're drawing, I'll kind of like take the next turn. I want to look at the hangout spot. So that used to be a kind of a danger zone due to the rocks and blind spot for safety. I like the idea of it like kind of gentrifying. Like there's now a cafe there. Like it's the cafe. It's the lighthouse. No, it's not the lighthouse. I think it's the Embrace, because it looks like the like a and like it's a very romantic spot now. Like you go there for dates and stuff, and you look out across the cove, and you can see out to the sea. And then at night, they actually turn the lights down and just like look out at the lighthouse, and the ships coming in and the fog rolling into the cove. And it's like $20 for avocado toast. It's expensive. Avocados have to be imported.
It's a steal for avocado toast.
Yeah, avocado toast is haunted as well.
How am I going to pay my mortgage?
Oh, don't worry, you can't afford a house.
I can't. I just can't.
Yeah, I think Cantor, like, I think he was a teenager when he left, right? Like, and I think he has fond memories of this place. Like he always thought that, oh, one day he would go there and uh, um, like bring a loved one there, right? Like, you know, bring a girl or guy up there and like, hey, let's look out at the lighthouse together. And it's like, oh, now it's a cheesy cafe.
Oh,
Um,
Yeah.
and it's like, I could still do that, but like it's lost some of the magic, right? Um, yeah, like having gone out on the sea, he kind of thinks of it as a very cheesy place. Um, I'm curious what Emerson thinks of it.
Emerson kind of just kind of looks a little uncomfortable for a second. She's like, well, to be honest, that spot I always like I kind of lurked about. So now that I can kind of walk up to it, it's a lot different. It's like I feel like I can sit down. Like, yeah, I can't really afford anything, but it's much easier to me like for me to like sit down in public now, you know, and kind of just enjoy and look around. I remember it's kind of it's not a nice change, but it's a change that facilitates my voyeuristic needs more than anything else. Like I'm able to people watch a lot more effectively, and I feel like I'm not lurking.
Mhm.
I hope that's not too telling. I'm just trying to really piece things together around here now. Like I don't know how about you? How about I don't really I don't want to go and ask them about it because I'm I'm scared to hear what they might ask me about the spot beforehand. I don't want to tell them that I was looking at all the older kids and trying to figure out what they were up to, you know?
Yeah.
And in from Emerson's perspective, it's not even romantic. She just perceived them as like doing older kid stuff, which is like breaking stuff, and didn't even think of the romantic subtext. Neither did Vic of what they said.
Yeah.
Which is great because like in the background of this scene, what you see is like there. I love the idea that this cafe is like the top of the lookout, but that a big part of this was like there were numerous tiers and you would kind of like work your way down, and it was this kind of dangerous space to travel further down, but it's all just been turned into a scenic walkway now. Like there's like wooden handrails and ropes and everything like that, and you see like Shaza headed out there with a toolkit and like a saw in the background to go break the, like the handrails and stuff like that off, so it goes back to being like it was.
Like obviously I wouldn't ask Gray, but I almost wonder if Shaza knows anything. Like I wonder what they did back in the day here, because I only remember because they must have been around that age during then. He knows my brother, so like who knows?
Yeah.
I'm a little nervous to ask because he knows my brother. You know,
yeah.
just it's a little. My brother does suspicious things.
Did you give your brother a name, Vic?
No. Um, I'm gonna go with the regular gender swap. I'm gonna say his name's Kim. Um, and it's short. That's his nickname. So, and in the same way as mine is, obviously Emerson's not my birth name. It's just the name I chose. I could have clarified that, but yeah, yeah. I just Kim doesn't. Kim would know. Kim would probably know a lot more than I would about this. But I'm scared. I'm scared what I'll find out. You know. Did
Yeah.
did you know that like the lights were a prank that he did a while back? It's just rumor.
Um, I think Kenta would know. I think
Okay.
Kenta looked up to like Kim, right? Like definite like 20 years is a lot older than Emerson, but like that's only 12. what's math?
I don't know.
Because I said
That's the
I'm
last
25,
part.
so that's 8. Yeah, so it's about 12 years older. Yeah.
I don't really know. Like,
Yeah.
unless Shaza overhears this, I imagine Emerson will like go back to like drawing in their book and be like, it was nice. It was nice seeing you. Enjoy adult
Yeah.
things.
Yeah, because I think Kentor didn't like bring Emerson here for like any reason other than, oh, let's just check out what this place looks like now,
Yeah.
right? Like, yeah. Yeah.
You
And it's just
learn
like,
the little bits.
yeah, it's like I'm not gonna pay that much money for a meal. We can just walk back to town and have like wings.
I heard there was a special tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, this place is kind of like weird and cheesy now.
I don't like to patronize that place.
Oh.
It's built on lies.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
All right, maybe somewhere in town.
Built on lies.
I know there's a truck that started in town.
Yeah, I don't think we need to go more than that. It's just like what we think about the place. I changed the name to call it the Moon's Embrace.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I love that.
Cool.
Like the
yeah, you're back with Tony.
All
Do you
right.
want to do just one more round?
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's let things get buck wild then. All right. So I want to explore the actually I kind of want to Brandon maybe I want to explore what I'm going to now call the Little Sisters. Like, right, so we got these shrines, like the smaller shrines in the inner cove that represent the little ones. I love the idea that they've become like the little sisters and the big sisters. And I do want to explore the question, like my core question, will you help me or hinder me, right? Should I be having this conversation, Aaron, with somebody? Should I be absolutely having this conversation with somebody else who's a PC, for lack of a better term, or can I be having it with an NPC with a PC present? Does it matter? How does that play out?
I mean, ideally, because we have our main characters like the most fleshed out, like, you know, I always imagine that like at least one main character would be part of the scene.
So yeah,
right?
I think what I want to do is build on some of the momentum of that last scene and some of the characters that were established. What I'd like to do is have a conversation with Kim that Emerson is there for. Does that make sense?
Who wants to be Kim, or do I talk to myself?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Who wants to be Kim? Because I do think that is the like what, because I think that's I think based on the conversation y'all just had, they're like, oh, I want to ask him, but I don't have I don't want to do. I could just ask my brother. Like Kim and I having a conversation around that that Emerson is there for, I think is a good build on that. So who wants to be my old buddy Kim?
Aaron, would you like to play the role of Kim this evening?
Sure. If you do you have any ideas? Of
yeah. So I think like I'm upset. Like I originally was like, okay, I'm just gonna care for the old ways and like fix up the circle and try to keep things going as much as possible. And now I've reached a point where I'm like, you know what? Screw this. I'm gonna go break shit. Like I'm gonna go tear down the walkway. Like and I'm essentially trying to convince Kim that to be like active in in helping reclaim some of the wildness of the island. And 100% like whatever spiritual or like cultural reality this experience that I haven't had in, I am definitely the guy who peaked in high school character who's now angry mainly because like I know all those things and I understand how that works, and I'm pretty sure the world is supposed to work that way. And I'm not malicious or bad or wasn't a jerk or anything, but I'm definitely frustrated. And I'm trying to convince my buddy to be frustrated with me. And I think like I do want to look at my core question, because my core question is, will you help me or will you hinder me?
I like the idea of, if you don't mind, Vic, if Kim is with Emerson here, because like, what's their relationship like now? Like after Emerson's return.
I feel as though Kim was like, "Oh, good, I don't need to take care of this kid anymore." But when the kid came back, it was like the convenience of being like, "Oh, they're almost an adult, so I don't really have to worry about it." And like their parents, the whereabouts are unknown. And it has something to do with the fog and the ship.
I also know that like, though we're using the conceit of Kim for this really is a conversation I think that I'm trying to have with Emerson, but there is no convenient narrative way right now to just be like, I'm gonna talk to the 17-year-old about this. Like, you're my friend's little sister, right? So from a player standpoint, it's a conversation between Vic and mine's characters. From a player standpoint, it's we're conceding that in through the brother.
Yeah. So I think the stance that kind of makes sense for Kim here is like a bit of reluctance, because like, because this might be a way for Emerson to like insert themselves into the conversation, right? If there's like a contrast between Kim and Shaza.
Yeah.
Right, and then we'll see how Emerson feels about it. So I think Kim is like, look, I know we used to like get up to trouble when we were younger. Would Kim call you Blue or Shaza?
I think he would call me Blue.
Blue, yeah. You know, we used to do all that, Blue, but
look,
37 now.
Look, I'm just saying, like, it wasn't trouble. It wasn't trouble. Like it was fun. It was cliff diving. It was spending time with friends. It was taking care of the little sisters. Like no one goes out and puts boats on the island anymore. They just toss like treats to otters as they go by. I mean, like it's ridiculous. Like some of the statues have fallen over out in the lake.
I would like to let you know that I was definitely the safety patrol before they put anything. I watched you all every day to make sure that you were fine. We don't need sailors. We don't need any of that. The moment you guys almost got in trouble, I'd run and find an adult. So I'm security.
Rolling his eyes is like,
safety.
I mean, yeah, not fun then, but I mean, that's the thing. Like it was like we were just people taking care of people. And now we think that like a guardrail keeps people safe. A guardrail doesn't keep people safe. A guardrail keeps people from experiencing the fullness of life and from being able to take risks and connecting with what's most important in life. And like we've gotten away from that. Like as much as like, yeah, it sucks to have your friend's sister tattle on you. It's better than just not being able to go where you want to go and do what you want to do.
Well, have you gotten hurt in the last, like, I don't know, period of time, like recently since the guardrail was there? Do you need the risk?
I mean, I didn't get hurt when the guardrail wasn't there significantly.
That was because of me. Like there were so many times you almost fell off the cliff at least 3 times. And I remember it all.
I mean,
You don't think it's dangerous, but it was.
like when we were shoving each other and would fall off the cliff, that was just a convenient excuse. Like, I mean, like we wanted to get pushed off the cliff. That was the whole point.
Oh, I didn't really understand that, given my age and my my temperament. So I just Kim, I don't think you should hang out with this guy anymore. He's trying to cause more trouble than he's worth. It all. Do you become friends? Sorry.
As much as it pains me to agree with my kid sister here, Blue, like, we're not 17 anymore. We're not 20 anymore. Like, I got a job now.
Right, but for how long have you watched how things are changing? Like Gravy Dave's is like barely holding on. They can't even get bone powder. You got $20 avocado toast like empires forming where the Lookout used to be. Like our spot where we could hang out, where there was freedom and access and crappy food and cookouts is now a hoity-toity hangout spot. Like it's completely demolishing everything that made this island great. It's not about being kids. It's about being here. It's about being connected to each other. Like I've gone and reset up the fog circle like every day for a month and a half, and it's getting harder and harder and harder to maintain, and nobody cares. I just like I think the risk is an important part of that, but I just feel like I'm alone. Like I feel like everybody else had this experience and changed, and I only know that things were good and they were beautiful and they were special. And you can call that kid stuff, but I think there's something more to it, and I think the more we try to codify everything and make thought alchemy out of stuff, like I think that's we're not turning things into gold, we're turning things into shit. Like the same shit you can get anywhere else is covering up the beautiful gold of this island.
Excuse me. I think that you're forgetting why a lot of those safety things went into place in the first place. If you don't notice, well, our parents aren't exactly here, and that was around that same time. So like the fog, it's very serious risk. So you having to do that is integral. I know it only happened so many years ago, but like it is still necessary. I'm sorry it's boring for you.
Well, but it's not about things being boring. Like there was nothing dangerous about the fog circle. Like there's beautiful stories about things that happened there. Like it's a rich part of who we are. Like there's stories about people who were on a wrong path, who went out to visit the big sisters and came back with a completely different way of thinking about what they wanted to do with their life, and almost no one's doing it anymore. But those who do still get changed, and those who don't come back, and they're just like drones.
Do you mind if Kim calls Emerson M?
No.
Yeah. Okay. I think like Kim kind of like motions to M, like just let me deal with this guy, and he goes to Blue. You know, we've been friends for a very long time, and you know I love you as a brother, but you haven't lost what we've lost, man. Like, don't talk this shit about like losing things when you haven't lost anything real in your life. Like you've been just living the same way, like trying to like keep to the same things, but like nothing's really changed for you. I've changed, we've changed, the whole town's changed. Like things change all the time. Like I'm sure M and the other teens like go elsewhere. Like they find their own like dangerous places and to hang out, and like maybe not M actually, no offense. But you gotta move on, man.
I whatever. I mean, I can't. Like I can't. I thought maybe you would help, but I guess not.
You haven't had to. We've had to. We all have to. I'll see you at Gravy Dave's on Hot Wing Tuesday, man. But yeah, let's go.
Okay. Don't go there. It's a trap.
I'm sorry, that was sheep. So was Gravy Days.
All right.
Vic will die on this hill.
I will die on this hill. M will die on this hill.
Let's see. I'm gonna figure out how I'm gonna draw the fact that my best friend hates me on the map. And
I don't think.
And how my failure to launch. No, I know that was a passive aggressive statement.
That was a big deal for M because it helped with my question.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's why I wanted to build off of it that way, right? Like that was my whole hope.
Yeah. Sorry, was that okay?
That was great.
Yeah,
I love
All
that.
right. Well, it's just because I'm asking just because like Kim is not, there's that relationship to like M stuff. So
Yeah, I'm almost wondering if I should have done Kim, like as the character. But I enjoy. Yeah. I love being bratty kids, so I can't.
Yeah, I also think like the I'll name the secret hope of the character is like, okay, maybe if I can't get Kim to do this, like I can help this bratty nerd like have some sense of curiosity awakened. Because Emerson strikes me as the one who like whatever this process of going out is potentially maybe didn't do that ever because there's a significant like risk factor involved. And so it was like kind of a double ploy. Cool. I'm gonna go ahead and type stuff up and draw something while whoever's next.
I think that. Wait, is that me?
Yeah.
I think Emerson would like to question. Just wanted to double check this. If Gray had ever seen the theft in town, but more importantly, because she believes that to be the biggest conspiracy in town and nothing else. Like she'll get into the fog maybe, but she really very pointedly is like, so you write in your notebook to like bust them, right? Because I always see you there and I always see you writing there, and especially by the shore, and I'm wondering if they're connected.
So like so Gray like puts on like his professor's jacket and lights up his best tobacco pipe. He's like, Emerson, there's some things you can't steal, and those are called ideas.
Well, I'm not sure if that's true because plagiarism was taught in school.
Well, yes. I mean, you can steal ideas, but if for our purposes, theft. You're right. You are 100% correct. Theft. No, go ahead.
The lights are connected to like the Gravy Dan or like the ghost all on the shore? Do you think it's all a grand conspiracy, Gray?
So at that moment, Gray immediately remembers that conversation that he had with Cantor. It's like, It's like, I don't know if they're connected or not, but I'd love to hear your interpretation of it. Tell me, do you think they were connected?
I think they are. I think that there's an entire, like, there's a web of like connections, like the point of the restaurant to where the new fancy lot is, and on the other side is the town. So I think they're trying to square up the entire joint, create all sorts of mystery around the mist, just so they can rob every single person in town.
Emerson, who is they? Who is the they in this statement?
So, it's the ghost.
The ghost
of Grave Dave.
So yes, canonically we're establishing that Grave Dave is dead, Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I think we established that early on, but we didn't say it.
So, gotcha. Okay.
That was I could have annotated that.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, Emerson, is that you're saying that Grave Dave has some unfinished business with Sisters Cove, and that involves creating an elaborate scheme to use the fog to create safe passage for theft and derision.
Yes. And I think that the whole reason why they ended up like setting up the ritual way before I understood it was because Gravy Dave and like some of the crew were involved in it. And then I think somebody is out in a boat just doing lights to like make it all come together.
Oh, that does not.
Like it's either all of that or you're alone. And you're just trying to find meaning. But I think it's definitely the conspiracy, and it has nothing to do with that. I'm sorry. I'm
Emerson, are you familiar with the concept of parsimony in scientific research?
No.
It's saying that oftentimes that there's often a simpler explanation, and that what we boil things down to are simple explanations. If you're watching on the live stream, don't tweet at me if that's wrong. It sounds like you posited a very complex scenario, or the alternative, a very simple scenario.
Yes.
He takes a long draw of his pipe. Well, sorry, that's usually when the thought alchemy happens right here. I think we create things that we can't understand because we don't want to understand. Your mind is creating an elaborate ruse so that you won't have to acknowledge just how solitary and alone you really are.
Is that why you're helping Cantor out? Because you need to be less alone?
This town are my friend. Everyone in town is my friend.
Oh.
Well, friend is probably a misnomer there. Everyone in town here is someone that I can help in some capacity. That's why I'm still here. That is my fate, as it were, my purpose. How closely people view me to themselves, I'm not sure, but Cantor is a very special, thoughtful person, and to be completely honest, I also see that in you as well, Emerson. You're asking very tough questions, and I admire you for that.
I'm not trying to ask tough questions. They just what come to mind immediately, and like I'm just trying to figure you out because you're ancient and walking around here like you own the place, and I just want to understand why. But I think you explained it really well, and from what you just explained to me, I am going to stop insulting if I am.
I'm 54, and 2, I'm proud of you.
Okay. This was a good conversation. I feel as though this is the longest conversation we've ever had.
There's true. That's very true.
Yes. Good luck with that.
And I think instinctively, Gray puts out like a fist bump, like, okay, put her there, champ.
She like brings her hand out and grabs.
I just love, I don't know that I've ever seen anybody play the embodiment of boomer energy better than Aaron has done during this stream. Like the white male boomer ethos has been easily bundled up.
The one time I'm proud of that.
Now the seeds.
Yeah. Right.
So I'm the core.
Yes.
God, so good.
So what's tangible from that?
Does that answer any question that you have?
She was definitely trying to instigate figuring out why this guy does what he does. And it definitely like it put away a lot for her. Like the suspicions are put aside. And it helped her debunk a little bit of the blame she has for what happened in the past.
Yeah, so if you want, you can write like a question and an answer down in the questions area. So a thing that I kind of forgot to mention is that if you write an answer for a question, you can always pick a new question either from the list or just from, as we play, like you come up with new questions. Yeah, so you always have a question on deck if you want it. But yeah, Gilley, you want to think of what you want to do on your turn?
I think that so I'm trying to think of that because I had another question to look at. Let's see.
Yeah, I was bringing it up because like you've already answered one question, but like you can always just pick a new question or from the list or like make one up.
See here.
Figure out how to phrase this.
Actually, I want to have this is a question about this would be with Shaza. Do you wish I had left or done something different in the intervening years as the two remainers? Gray has had some interesting conversations that he like Gray does this with everybody. Like it's not super new that he's trying to have like these transformative conversations. But I think he's getting to a point where he then kind of looks at himself like heal thyself. He's like, well, gosh, what is my purpose? And I feel like he feels like as another remainer, like who would be able to address this? No one better than Shaza, the other person who stayed. Does that help?
Yeah.
That's kind of how I frame it.
Cool. Is there a place you want to have this? Is there an aspect of the map we're exploring?
Well, I'm not going back to Gravy Dave's. That's for darn sure.
Can I suggest the lighthouse? We haven't been to the lighthouse.
We could do the lighthouse easily. Like, I say, kind of like the lighthouse as an option.
Yes, I love that. Great suggestion. Thank you, Aaron.
I think my question is this before the scene, because I feel like Shaza would easily know this information, but I don't. And that is, did you go out to visit the Big Sisters? Like when you were younger, did you ever go and do this thing? Did Gray go out to visit the Big Sisters or not? Because it is 100% how Blue is going to frame a response to this.
So, turns out Gray never went out to visit the Big Sisters, but Gray would create stories about them based on what he had heard or what other people had told him, and he would like create this framework and then try to fill in the gaps with what he thought he knew.
I love that because it makes us. That's another good oppositional interaction for the two of us. Vic, did you have something you wanted to say?
No, that almost makes me want to question what he knows about disappearances, because she was trying to like get into that of being like, what do you know?
Yeah.
And Vic, if you'd love to play Remus the Lighthouse Keeper in this,
my heart, nothing. I would love to.
So yeah, I think maybe I've come out to visit Remus on one of my now very rare ones, and like I've tried to come at night when I think no one is going to be there, and And were you consulting Remus and I showed up, or Remus and I talking and you showed up?
I think you were. I knew you'd be there.
Okay.
I just had a pretty good prediction you'd be there. Then I kind of show up like third wheel style.
Cool.
Or fifth wheel, third wheel. There.
You're at least worth 3 wheels to me.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate
So
that.
Yeah, I think I've been talking to Remus just about all the changes, like and kind of just looking for the one other long stander on the island who I know cares about some of the same things as I do. Yeah, I mean, I tried to talk to Kim, and like, I know you've got to stay here. I know you can't help me. Like, I'm not, that's not what I'd love it, but it's not what I'm looking for. I just, so many people have been changed. And so, I mean, you've seen what it's like when they go out and come back, right?
Yeah, I've seen what it's like a few times.
And that change, like, I mean, that's what like, he was like, yeah, you don't, you're not, like, you haven't changed. We have. And I'm like, that's all I want is to change. Like, I go out almost every week now and it just never happens. And like, for him to say like, I haven't sacrificed anything, or I haven't suffered, or I haven't, done any of the real work. Like, I don't know.
Shaza, and he's like Gray's been there the whole time, or like he like it seems to appear out of nowhere. He's like leaning up against something
Shaza, casually with like martini glass in hand. And,
where'd you come from?
From my years of observation, I believe the one conclusion I've came to is that change is the only constant. He takes a long sip.
Yeah, all your years of observation.
All he does is talk. He doesn't look. He just talks. It's a nonstop stream of, blah, 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 Remus. This is the story I've made this week. And I tell him every single time, yes, these are observations, but they're biased. And you're trying to make everything fit together the way you need it to. And I think you two have a lot in common in that regard.
Remus, this is unexpected.
So is your visit. What?
I'm starting to wonder, and this is just a hypothesis, just rhetorical.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe I've been looking at things the wrong way.
Sure.
Bit late.
Maybe
instead of trying to figure out what's been going on, I should have focused more on figuring out what I should have done. Do you think I made the right choice to stay here all these years and try to be the person who understands things?
I mean, as somebody who also wants to understand things, I guess I don't know if it's about staying or going, but I feel like you've stayed here and done nothing.
His face is like so red right now, and it's not even from the martini, or like walking up the stairs to the lighthouse. I come again? Beg pardon?
I mean, you've watched people do things. You've made observations. You've done thought alchemy and created frameworks, but like, have you ever gone out on the water? Like, have you ever gone to visit the sisters? Have you ever visited the little sisters and dropped off a paper boat? Have you ever dived off the cliffs? Have you ever made a life-changing agreement in the fog circle? Like, not just for ceremony's sake, but to give yourself over to something greater? Or do you just watch people do it and try to figure out why it theoretically matters without ever engaging in it?
When I was in school, I had a professor tell me about two people he encountered one time. One was a great researcher who studied fruit. Matter of fact, was an expert in clementine oranges. He could tell you the exact acidity of a clementine, the genus, species, etc. of a clementine. And then he also talked about a second person who used to eat clementines. And he used to say to me, if I want to know about clementines, who should I ask? And I used to say, no, the person who studied clementines, because they know the acidity of the clementine, the proper growing conditions. I wonder, I propose that perhaps the person who ate the clementine was the better person to ask. And I got it wrong so many years ago that I have yet to ever taste the clementine. This is all figurative language, mind you. This is all figurative.
I'm just like looking at Remus like, is this happening right now?
Why don't you just eat the citrus and call it a day?
Now, Remus, you are one to take things quite literally. This is what I'm saying is maybe you're right. Shaza, maybe my purpose is to eat the clementine where all these years I've been studying how it grows and the chemical makeup. And what would that be like? How would I even start? If I wanted to venture out and visit the sisters or take a boat trip.
I you can see on Shaz's face like just the massive amounts of conflict, because all Shaza wants is people to do this, but he's having such a hard time with Gray asking, and like knowing that had this been anybody else, he would have been like, I'll take you, I'll go with you, like I'll make sure you're taken care of. It just doesn't want to. This is almost where I wish there was a die resolution mechanic for this system. So what's the question we're exploring again?
Shoot, let me bring my little thing back up here again. Sorry. Do you wish I had left or done something different in the intervening years?
I'll tell you what. Let's start with this. Why don't you hand me your notebook real quick?
And instinctually, he holds onto it tighter. He's like, well, let's not talk in such dire circumstances.
I know you have a bunch of conspiracies in there. I know one day you're going to leak them all out.
You've been talking to Emerson way too much, Remus.
We're kindred spirits, I tell you. Kid has no friends.
You see Gray do like that word thing, like a conspiracy theorist, like Remus, Emerson, and rearranges the letters. And it's like, you are Remus is Emerson. He's like,
let me see the notebook real quick. I'll give it back to you in a second.
This is my life's work, Shaza.
I mean, I guess the question is, if you want to taste a clementine, at some point you have to put down the book and pick one up.
Can you stop talking about fruit? I'm hungry.
I brought you dinner.
I hand over the book to Shaza. I'm still holding on to it.
And I take it and I rip a page out. And I say, let me show you how to fold a paper boat. I think it's a good like fadeaway point for the scene. But yeah, essentially like putting the paper boat is the first step before you do that. So, but I love the image of like, I'm going to teach you how to dismantle this dumbass journal you've written, reframed bullshit into. And
I love that. Wow, that's powerful. Thanks for the assist with Remus there, Vic.
Gotta weave them together. The fabric of this town.
Yeah. It's all connected.
It's all Grave Dames.
It's all Gravy Dames. All right.
I think this will be the last one, so maybe we'll just end it with a scene. I think I want to ask the question: do you covet or resent what I carry? To my uncle, to Shaza.
You got that bone, and I want that bread pudding. What you carry blood in? Is it that what you carry?
No, I carry a treasured possession. I changed that around. I think I invite I invite Emerson over one afternoon, right? Because like we've kept in touch, like we reconnected, we went to go see the cafe and stuff like that, and we met Shaza there. It's like, oh, that's actually my uncle. Yeah, it's like our age gap is smaller than the age gap between Emerson and Kim, so it's kind of strange. If you don't mind, because I think I brought something back from my travels, and like, oh, I think the treasured possession is just like all the souvenirs I've brought back, and all the different places I've seen, and I wanted to share some of that with Emerson, who's also traveled, right? And so we are in the living room of Shaza's house, and just like going over, like, oh yeah, this is like this is like a souvenir from one of the islands. You know, did you ever go to this other island, Emerson, when you were away? You know, that kind of thing, where we're like just going over, like sharing travel stories, I guess.
Well, I don't really mean to like make you feel weird, but I was just shipped off to Milwaukee for a little while, and then she just pulls out like whatever relic would be with Milwaukee, because it was the first place that came to mind, and I have
Milwaukee's a fantastically amazing place in this reality, though. It's nothing like our Milwaukee, which is also a fantastically amazing place. For don't at me, Milwaukee.
Yeah. Milwaukee is the San Diego of this world.
That's right.
It's just the brain generator went with Milwaukee because it's fun to say. Oh yes, of course, that's why. Because I wanted to talk about cheese. So she pulls out this giant, like, massive jar of just cheese curds.
Hell yeah.
Like, so since we don't really have cows here, I've been keeping this for a while. And they say cheese doesn't age like you can age cheese. And if you'd like to try one of the curds, that's one of my most...
Is this magical alt world cheese? Because that's not how curds work at all.
She doesn't know. She's getting them shipped from her uncle. If
Okay.
It makes it any better, because she took a very strong liking to them, and she's like, I used to like think that cheese wasn't a big deal since we're around here. We don't have any cows, for good reasons, because cows are kind of scary. Have you seen their face? Nostrils.
It would be very scary to encounter a cow coming out of the fog at you.
Yeah, like, so what else do you have? Like, I know cheese isn't very exciting, but like, you need to understand that Milwaukee is its own thing. Like, there's motorcycles, there's
Dinner's almost ready.
Including Elvis Presley's motorcycles. Yeah, so that's I wish I had more. If honestly, I kind of missed what was here.
Oh.
You'd mentioned your uncle. I guess in a lot of ways, I came back because I wanted to understand, see how my brother was doing alone, and understand the town a little bit more, because I didn't before. I guess I missed it enough.
Yeah, I think Kentor is like, I think he's like, oh, I've never been to Milwaukee myself. I've never tried this type of cheese. And I think, you know, if offered, he will try it. Like his adventurous enough to like try the different things. And then he also brings out like, oh, like I kept some like leaves from like one of the big sisters that we visited. Here's this strange star-like rock that I found at another place. Here's a fossil that I stole, which I shouldn't have, but it's fine. Captain didn't see it. This thing I think is cursed. I think I need to get it consecrated somehow. But
I know a guy.
Shaza, you know, if you want me to put it outside, that's fine. But like he has a trunk, right? Like he pulls out a trunk and like is pulling out like different things that he's brought back from his different travels, and it's like, but
I take like the cursed one and I put it like on a mantle that it's surrounded by like local religious like icons. Just kind of like, yeah, we'll figure that out later. I'm just kind of like surrounding it.
yeah. And I think like he's like very excited to like share this with Emerson and a bit with Shaza as well, because I think we probably haven't had the chance to like, oh, you know,
Yeah.
what did I get up to on my travels. But there's like in the trunk, you notice that there is like a sheaf of like photographs. Like let's just say there are photos in this world, of like crew members, right? Like people on the boat laughing and like joking around. And he doesn't touch those at all. Like pointedly like leaves them on the bottom.
Oh.
And like pulling everything else out of the trunk, and like, oh, you know, when there's questions, he's like very happy to like tell stories about things that he's seen. Like he's trying to keep things positive here.
This is cow cheese. I'm sorry. I only eat otter cheese.
Remus
Weird.
tells me to not eat the otter cheese because the otters are not what they seem. And he also says that a lot of people think they're good luck, but they're actually very bad luck. And Remus knows. And Remus also deals in cursed objects. So if you'd like Remus to check that out, I think he's more than willing to.
Remus is good for looking out, but not always good for looking in, if you know what I mean.
Yes, but neither am I.
Sure.
So speaking of looking in, what's in that box that you're not showing us?
It's just all photos. It's like you know, you don't want me to like tell stories about people you've never even heard of.
I don't know. Shazzy, do you want to hear stories about people we haven't heard of?
I mean, it's that or uncles and cow cheese, which seems like a horrible choice. So yes, let's yeah, tell us about these folks.
Agree.
Yeah, I think he kind of like skips some of the details. Like, yeah, you know, these are friends, and like this was the boat that they were on. And you notice that he refers everything in like past tense, right? Like, oh, they used to be on this boat. Like Kaz was always like joking around. And actually, that thing that I showed you later, that was something that Dan brought back. Yeah, so like everything is in the past tense here.
Oh.
I mean, are they what? Did they all go home also?
Some of them.
Okay.
We all go home.
What do you mean? Some of them.
I mean, you know, the sea is a dangerous place, and you know, we lost 2 ships in the fleet. Some of my friends were on those ships, but yeah, we tried to get as many of them home as possible.
Let me ask.
I'm home.
Let me ask a question. Did and now I can't remember your character's name. Cantor, thank you.
Yeah.
Did Cantor go out to visit the Big Sisters?
Yes.
What did Cantor see out there? Does Shaza know what Cantor saw out there?
I think we haven't had a chance to like really talk about it, like in detail.
Was it
I think this is the first time after getting back, after getting situated, like getting to know other people in town, um, that we've actually been able to like sit down. Like I think we talked about it like superficially of like, oh yeah, the mining was good. Like we you know, there's like we made a bunch of money. Like I got enough. I've decided to retire and like took out all like the shares that I had stocked up with the captain. Um, so like very practical stuff we've discussed, but nothing really in detail. So this is like the first time that we've been able to cover that in detail.
So, but not what did you see, but what did you see? Like, what did they tell you? Let me be very clear. I, as a player, have nothing I'm angling for here. This is just what Shaz is into.
Just,
so
I'm trying to think. Like, yeah, I think. I think he says like, oh, yeah, we see different faces of the sisters. Sometimes they smile on you, and sometimes they don't.
Right. So, like, what did I mean? I know what did they smile on you?
Yeah, until they stopped, and then we lost 2 ships. Like, you know, you're friends with like Gray, right? You know, he says there's no such things as curses and all, and I kind of want to believe that, but I also know that it's not true, right? Like, we owe so much to the sea, to the sisters, to the fog, right? Like, that's all true. Just because you can explain things away with reason or thought alchemy doesn't make some things not true.
Yeah, and he'll recall a story that is like an accurate story like, of somebody who had a really negative experience, and it kind of had a positive turn at the end. It's somebody he knew and met, but also has a very parable feel to it. It's kind of like it probably feels vague and empty. It is more like an attempt to just comfort you. But like, I think the question is it better to have the sisters smile on you for a while and then maybe look away, or to never have had them smile at you at all?
I think Cantor will say, I mean, that's why I left that life, right? It's just tough having to deal with that. Like, I don't really want to deal with that anymore.
Yeah, but I mean, what are you going to do? Do you don't want to turn into me? Like, I mean, do you a guy just putts around the island trying to figure out what to do next and not having any idea? Like, I mean, you're fine. You're taken care of. You've got a space here. Like, I'm so glad you're home, but I mean, you have plenty of years ahead of you.
Yeah, and I prefer not to have to spend them out on the sea. At least for a while. I think I need some solid ground beneath me for a while. What about you?
Well, you know me, like, I'll every week I go out, different sister every single time. Every day I come back because nothing happens. And I'll do it again next week. And
What are you expecting to happen?
I don't know. Something, anything. I mean, like, that's kind of the amazing thing about it. Like, for some people, it's the sisters smiling. For some people, it's Abraham Lincoln, thumbing their nose. For other people, it's apparently a Clementine. Like, it's a little bit different for everybody, but it matters. It changes things.
Oh,
Did you ever go out, Emerson?
yeah. After my parents went missing, I did that, and then it didn't bring them back. So I stopped caring about what the sisters had to do with this entire town, and started to care a little bit more with what I had to do for myself. My older brother was all sad about everything, but like, I figured I might as well go somewhere else. Yes, it wasn't in my control. Yes, I was a kid, but I still went out beyond relying on them. They didn't give me anything. They just took stuff away.
I'm gonna say something right now that as a character, I, uh, even as a religious person, I abhor. I just want everybody to know that. So caution warning. Well, I mean, I feel like, maybe if we cared a little bit more about the sisters, we would be able to see how much they care about us.
I don't know, like, I'm just a kid, so like that seems like good advice.
Just ducks out of conversations with that as often as she can.
I think we can kind of like fade on.
That feels like a good fading point. Me
Yeah,
saying
'cause-
horrible things feels like a
Yeah.
good fading point. So.
Because
You're just like, no.
I don't know whether you covet or resent what I carry, actually. Which is the experience of like actually going out.
I mean,
and,
I think overwhelmingly I covet, like, I think it's covet. Like the sense of, like, I mean, essentially, like, there was the, like, you've never, like, it's better to have loved and lost line, but like, you had the type of experience that I desire, and even though it led into this place of tragedy, like, you made friends and went out and got some level of clarity, and your life is different and changed, and now you're able to come back and not have to go out on the sea. Like, like, you have clarity around, like, that's not what I want for my life. And Shaza just feels like he's wandering aimlessly.
Cool.
Still. So yeah, covet.
All right. I think we can kind of like end the game there. We could do a quick epilogue for each of the characters just to see, like, after ending the game, what they might end up doing. It would be interesting to see what Gray ends up doing.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll start there. Like, what does Gray end up doing after this?
I want to say that Gray was so inspired by that last conversation with Remus and with Shaza that he is no longer writing anything down. He's just trying to experience things in the moment. Like he's like, oh, the sun is beautiful, or the waves sound amazing. And then just like going on about his day. And like, he's almost turned into like the person in town who just says what they're feeling and then just walks away, as opposed to trying to engage people and trying to spin whatever they're saying.
We moved
so
from
he's
boomer
still,
energy to chuggy energy.
Yes, exactly. He's not normal. He's still he has not been fixed, for what it's worth. He's just a different kind of weird now. And so, what's better, the devil you know or the devil you don't know? Same thing goes to people who are weird. So better the weirdo you. So now people who have been here are having to get used to a new kind of weird.
Awesome.
I think Cantor stays. Like, like for the foreseeable future. He sets up a small bit, or tries to set up a small business. Um, um, I think the most he goes out to is just like with um. Oh, actually no. I want to honor the fact that he doesn't really go out on the boats. The most he goes out is the canoe in the lake, right?
Mhm.
And I think what does he do? I don't know. Um, I think he teaches a trade, right? Like he just ends up like becoming like a trade teacher. Like he was a navigator before, so potentially he just teaches cartography and like map making. But from a remove, right? Of like, oh, let's update our old maps. Like we don't need to go out and I'm not going to go out and like draw new maps. I'm just going to take the ones that already exist, cross-reference them, make them look good, that kind of thing. Yeah. And he does that for at least like 5-6 years. Yeah.
Go ahead, Vic.
I think that Emerson definitely convinces her brother to leave again because she really does see him kind of, even if it's a successful thing, his skills being useful somewhere else, and that he's kind of living in the trauma of the parents, even if he's doing really well. And somehow she's like, "Oh, I'm going to go to school." And he's like, "Oh, that's a good idea. I wouldn't want you to do it alone." And that's the way she ends up manipulating him out of that. And when I say manipulating, I mean manipulating in the sense of familial support. And I think as soon as she leaves, she's willing to admit that like the sisters in the fog and everything had nothing to do with the blame of it, and it was actually human error. And because I think that Cantor also lost friends in the same accident, it was, I think she kind of just accepts that there wasn't a supernatural element to it, and that her parents aren't missing; they passed in that particular wreck.
I think we see Shaza. Like we see like I think vignette after vignette of like Shaza like walking through town, going to their boat, like loading their boat up, taking their boat out on the water, sitting on the water, coming back, unloading their boat, walking through town, like just on repeat. Enough times to be mildly depressing, and then it fades to black. And that's an altogether different river.
Hey, if you don't mind me just adding one small detail,
Oh, yeah, do
like
it.
the last time you go out, Cantor is there with you, like helping you on the boat. Like this is weirdly like maybe it is years later, and like
I love
finally
that.
Cantor
Like
decides to go
much,
out on the water again.
much older. Like you know,
Yeah.
a decade later, we see. I love that. So
So it's like it's not that depressing. At least, at
Right.
least he's got someone to go with him. Yeah. All right. That's it. That's the game.
Awesome.
Yeah.
We're gonna do reaction roll. So reaction roll is a live stream within a live stream. It's our opportunity to sit down with a designer of a game that we just played and talk to them about what our experience was like today. We are sitting down with Aaron, and we were talking about an altogether different river. It is a storytelling, world-building game for 2 to 4 players. I'm pretty sure. But Aaron, tell us a little bit about an altogether different river.
Yeah, you're right. I think 2 to 4 is kind of like the ideal amount of players that I figured. And yeah, like I mentioned, it's a game about creating a town and then seeing it through the lens of people who left and those and returned, and then those who remained. Yeah, and it's also kind of like very character focused compared to a lot of other like world building games. I wanted the characters to be a pretty big feature in the game compared to like just building a town, because I want the way you look at the town to come through the lens of like a human or like a person, um, because like places aren't just features, they aren't just like locations or geography, like that's people as well. um, yeah, that's
Awesome.
pretty much it.
Love it. I enjoyed playing it, but let's meet some of our other players and hear what their experience was. I'd like to start with Gilley, Aaron Gilley. Tell us who you are, what you do, where they can find you online, but also what was your experience like playing an Altogether Different River?
That's right. Yeah, Aaron Gilley. You can find me on Twitter at Hey Gilley Gilley. You'll usually see me retweeting my much funnier friends' content on Twitter. HR consultant by day, and then gamer and improviser by night. I gotta tell you, Aaron, I love this game so much. I like that the character focus was there, because naturally we're products of our environment, and our characters are products of their environment too. And this is, I think, is established really well by the way you set up this game, and that we see how our characters have grown in relation to this, either the before or after. And to understand someone in that context is so rich, and I really appreciated this game for doing that. So kudos for such a great design and experience for us.
Thanks.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I think for this kind of game that requires like the extra kind of media support or these extra artistic tools, how did you marry the two? Like when you have like a concept for a game that could be done theater of the mind with, how do we make it come to life? How did you marry those things together?
Yeah, I think some of that is practicality in the sense of writing things down or like drawing things down helps you kind of remember things. So there's a factor of like, I wanted the map making part of it to be present, because it helps you remember things, and like like just to kind of like formalize the act of writing things down, so that you can look back at your, it's kind of like cheating and like telling your players to make notes, right? In a way that like they would be excited to do it, because like, oh, like drawing a thing like feels nice. Having something that you can, and an important thing was like having something at the end of the game that you can look back on and say, oh, I remember all the things that this map brought up. And one of the reasons why I ended up splitting it into two maps, because the original version of the game was just you draw on one map, and then you draw both versions of the town on the one map, and that was kind of confusing. For not confusing, but like it's just like a little bit messy for players, and we often forgot. They're like, oh, are we doing like past and present? Like that feeling of like having a different place before and after wasn't as strong. So I definitely wanted to reinforce that, and so having two maps kind of like helped with that. And it was very easy because of the pandemic. Like all the playtesting had to be done online, and copying a map over in a digital tool is way easier than like redrawing a map in person. So I actually haven't really had a lot of playtests of like physically drawing two maps, but I think it 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 I think it probably will work too. And if people end up like drawing on the same map, like that's fine too. That's kind of like the original idea of it. It's just like, oh, you can have a map that isn't just a map of space. It's a map of time as well. Like it's fine. Like, so yeah, like the process of like creating something that had that physical or like visual component was like very tied into like the idea of the mechanics that I had, because I wanted them to kind of reinforce each other. Like the idea of like, oh, looking back and remembering, oh, someone put that in there 20 minutes ago, like, and I want to go back to that. Like, it's also a thing that you're doing in the game, in the fiction of like, hey, we remember things that happened and then want to go back to them and like see how explore things that got brought up. Like, you're doing kind of like the same thing there. So it's a kind of like reinforcement, and like even the idea of like writing the questions down in the river was a way of like trying to just institute a physical reminder of what you're doing, rather than like, you know, when you're talking and like having scenes and stuff like that. It's easy to kind of like um just go into the weeds and forget things, and then it's like, oh, you want to ground it back into like, hey, we are making something here, so write it down in the space between the two towns. And that was basically pulling from Microscope. I always love like Microscopes. Like, at the end, you have all the index cards that you can look back on, and you're always starting things, like you always start scenes off by writing down a card, and then you end the scene by writing on the card again, right? So there's always like situating it back into like the shared physical space together. So it's definitely something that was thought about that way. Like, Microscope informs so much of like my game design stuff. Like, it's very, very influential.
Awesome.
Thank you, Aaron.
Love it. Let's hear from Vic. Vic, tell people who you are, what you do, where they can find you online, and what your experience was like playing an altogether different river.
I'm Vic Pirano. I can be found at Major Tomorrow, and that's Major MAJOR_TMRW. I write, play, and talk about games on Dice Drinks and Drama over on Twitch, as well as on Patreon. One of the biggest things that I have to bring up immediately about this was you pretty much said everything in the description just now, but I love the note-taking element of it, and it also allows you to push yourself for other people's fiction forward. And that's something that I sometimes struggle with GMless games, because I'll be like, oh, I know this thread, but due to the fact that the thread isn't like spread out and explained and very easy to jump back into, it becomes very difficult for me to be like, oh, I can immediately do that. And the accessibility and ease of design is something that I love so much about it, including like there was never a point, it always felt fluid. I was a little intimidated going in because of the interface, because I had never used it before, and it was probably one of the most satisfying map making and also just note taking games I played in a really long time. And somebody had mentioned another game earlier on, but like the things that set this apart from any other world like construction games that I've played is how deliberate and intentional a lot of the accessibility and note taking and fiction forward elements of it are. There's nothing that shouldn't be there. There's nothing that's confusing. Everything is pretty much laid out in a way that I haven't seen before. Like, if I had a question, I can look at it and it's immediately there, and there's no intimidation towards it. And the question I do have about it is, what made you what are some of the challenges that you've had during playtesting in making sure relationship goals like flow for people who aren't as used to playing these types of games, who tend to need a little bit more direction?
Yeah, that's an interesting one, because like it ties back into like the why I ended up putting the relationship map there. That wasn't part of the original game as well. Yeah. So it's during playtesting, it's just like, oh, like a lot of the stuff, like the way the mirror board is set up as well. It's just like, this is exactly, well, not exactly. This is like, after a bunch of playtests, like this is kind of like the setup that made sense every time I like playtested it. Was, okay, I'm gonna move this thing here. I'm gonna make this like box here with this is where the questions will live, and all that. Like, all of that came out of the playtesting, and like trying to make that experience work better for the playtesters. Like, that's how the relationship map came about as well, and like how we moved like the note cards around, stuff like that, all came out through the playtest. Some of that, like, it's a bit hard to like write down into the rules. which is why like I'm quite happy to be able to show how this game is played on Miro, because like I found that to be like really useful. And in terms of like trying to like encourage that, I think being able to look back at a relationship map at all times is useful. It's a thing that like often comes up as a tip or advice for like GMs to use in like many different games, but I don't see many games that like outright say just draw a relationship map.
I'm definitely pro relationship map.
Yeah.
Love them.
I've seen a lot of games like benefit from using relationship maps, but like I think only one or two that actually just say just draw the relationship map. It's like written in the rules, use the relationship map. Um, um, yeah, so that's kind of like one of the things that I tried to like make it easier for people to remember like connections and relationships. The other one is just through the way the questions were written. You'll notice that the list of questions for each character, there's 8 questions usually, and then 4 of them are kind of like general for yourself, and 4 are kind of more targeted questions that you ask another player. So previously the game had 2 separate question lists and you chose 1 question from each category. I just combined them because it's just easier to keep 1 question in mind, and keep you focused on that. But the way the questions chosen is definitely, there's a option for you to like direct your question to another player in a way that like forms a relationship between the two of you. Um, uh, and Yeah, and I wanted also to still have a question that's kind of like more general, like just about yourself potentially, because sometimes some people are not comfortable like role playing and like playing, especially in very free form scenes as this game uses, right? Like some people aren't comfortable doing that, so sometimes it's fine to just have a scene where it's like, oh, they just want to answer a question about their own character, and other characters will just help support them. So I wanted that option available to like players who are not comfortable like directly interfacing and like talking with another character. That's the thing I'm always conscious of, because like I play a lot with players that are not performers, and like I feel like people who watch a lot of like actual plays or like listen to podcasts or stuff like that, a lot of the people who produce those are in that kind of like performer stance because they know that they're creating a show, but a lot of players aren't. And I want to give them options to like just, hey, if you want to do something that doesn't push you to perform so much, you should have the option. That's why, but I also want you to be able to like connect and like make connections to other characters through that, which is why I ended up putting um, in the action where you take an aspect and show how it's changed. Previously, that was just like, oh, just show how it's changed and how your character feels about it, right? And that is a go-to action for people who don't usually want to like delve into full-on scenes. But I just gave them like a easy way to like get into a kind of mini scene. It's just like, oh, this is how my character feels about this change. You get to ask that question to someone else. It's just like an easy step up. So it's halfway between just creating a world building thing and a scene. It's just like, hey, just ask a question of someone else. How do you feel about this? Like, it's a simple interaction. So that's kind of like how I tried to like deal with that challenge. Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little funky about I had a weird choice, and like I reframed the will you help me recover what I left behind or keep it from me? And I was worried that I did that wrong by asking it in a more colloquial way.
Yeah. No, it's actually fine. Like honestly, this the thing about games, right? Like you never kind of, it's strange as a designer trying to design a game because people will play them differently, and I actually think like that's super valid way of like playing the game, but that's the but that only works because we have our own experiences from playing different games that we bring to the table together, and it comes in a unique way. And I can't write that out for every single situation, right? I can't say, oh, if you have players who've done this before, do this. It's fine to do this. Like the
Examples are
pages
hard.
would be like so long.
Yeah. Well, and that's like
So-
the other day somebody was like, how many RPG systems do you think exist now? And I was like, a new one every time someone sits down to play a game. Like it's never the same exact game as it happens at somebody else's table or with a different group of people or anything like that. Like it's always a slightly different version of that game. And so it is one of the like best and hardest things about pulling it in.
Yeah.
So.
And I want to kind of like play with the stance that like all those ways of playing are valid in a way, because if it works for you, it works for you, right? Like you don't have to play the exact game that I thought of, which is why when I wrote the PDF, I like straight away went into like, hey, here are the variants and tweaks that you can play with, because the way that we play it, where like you do 2 establishment scenes and then you do two kind of like exploration routes, that's also not that's also not what's written in the book. The book tells you like to be a lot more structured. Like you do establishment, 2 establishments, then exploration, then you alternate between the 2. So you can always bring in new like aspects as you like. But because of the way the show ran, like it would be boring if we just went back to establishment again. So like, okay, let's just do 2 exploration routes.
I was curious about that piece specifically, so I love hearing
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I had a blast playing. I do. It is interesting to think about the difference of this between a physical space and a digital space, because there are certain parts that are obviously easy here, certain parts that would be easier there. I actually love the idea of this as a big game, like almost LARP level. I would be really interested to be like, what if we had 4 teams of 4 playing this game? And no, I mean seriously, like getting together in a big room, like at a convention center, like making the island or the space that you're in, whatever it happens to be, like walkable essentially, and being like, yeah, we're all playing in the same town, but we're going to update this master map between things, debrief what happened, and being able to like take a day and just play through, here's 16 people's experience like in this town, and we're all kind of moving between. Sometimes we're all going to be at the same location, and you might float between groups and know people in different ways, but like there is a way, because of the tactile nature of it, that there's some really cool things you could do with larger group play. While in no way, shape, or form diminishing that that's a better way, like it just like there are so many great play storming and brainstorming and tactical aspects to the game, or tactile aspects to the game, that I think would sing really well in that space, with some very minor modifications. And for some, like my brain gravitates towards mega gaming things a lot, and so, it comes from my background in running like big outdoor events for people and trying to figure out what to do with how to take a game and then say, how do I do that with 80 people or 250 people or 2,000 people? And so like it is just a way that I think about things. But this one has so many elements in it that would be amazing, especially if you did a little bit of pre-generation on the world. You give groups handouts. Anyways, neither here nor there. I had a blast. I thought it was great. And I did love what you said. Like, it was definitely that first scene, and I find this is in a lot of world building games. The first scene's like, I'm gonna ease into this, and this is gonna be like a half scene. Like, I'm gonna ask a question, we're gonna talk a little bit, and then we'll like say some things in character, and then we'll be done. And then by the end, you're like, all right, here, you're gonna be this NPC, and you're gonna be this person, and we're gonna like, it's full on role play now. And all of a sudden, Vic has created backstories, and there's conspiracies that Aaron's character has noticed between these two. Like, I mean, like, I love. From a play perspective, I love watching that transition happen, and like the play state of this game is really, like, the game itself is beautiful. The play state of the game that it creates is really phenomenal. A lot of world building games do it really well, but I just really enjoyed how this one functioned. None of that's a question. That's all just me gushing about the game. But I think my biggest thing is like, this is a personal game for you. This is part of like your experience moving to Australia and coming home. Like, could you maybe tell us like one or two of the maybe beats or kind of pieces in the game that are that like really inspired that? Like maybe is there a character type or a location or whatever that was like that thing for you? Could you give us a little insight into the analog, the limited edition version of the game that's your life?
So it's really strange because the way I imagined coming home and the way it ended up happening was very different because of 2020. So I came back to Malaysia, and then I find myself stuck indoors all the time, and all the people that I interact with are online, and um, I end up talking with a lot of my old friends from Australia, and making and the new friends that I'm making are like people in the US and like and in India and Taiwan, and like different time zones, like um because we are all stuck inside, right?
Like some
So
people are 12 hours apart from you and you're playing games with them
yeah,
right now.
so it's a very strange thing to think like, so it was a very strange thing to think about when I was finishing up this game, because like I mentioned, I started thinking about this in 2019, and then um, 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 finished the first draft in 2020 as part of my game a month like exercise, and then like finishing another draft like for Kickstarter in 2021. So like the questions that are in there are like, there isn't anything that really like ties into anything that actually happened. There's a lot of stuff that I thought of or imagined might happen. Um, just because like you when you when you come when you yeah, yeah, I think one of the big things was just like how different it was from like how I imagined it to be. um and a lot of the questions and options in there were definitely coming more from the place of like, oh, how I imagine things could be. um um
I just want to know how much
like
blood, bones, and dust you brought back with you. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that one was not but there's a bit of like um so a thing that I did think about that um that I wanted to make sure was in there was that it wasn't just about like um like why I want bones, blood, and dust there, because like I want some of the prompts to be very material things rather than just like conceptual. Because in the end, when you move between places, like a huge part of it is material. A huge part of it is like I put all my winter clothes away because I will never use them for for the foreseeable future. Um, yeah, so definitely a thing that I want to think more about, of like material things. But yeah, like I don't know if that answers the question, because like
Yeah, that's fine.
um
I mean, I could have been like, what did you bring with you and what did you leave behind? And what's the question you still have? But I mean, that's not, yeah, my point was just really like knowing that it's a personal story. Like I wanted to know about the inspiration. You answered it perfectly. I absolutely love that
yeah,
answer.
and the thing that I wanted to kind of like bring up as well is that like you don't have to be, you don't a thing that I felt when I was writing a lot of this is like I have left I have left and returned to places my entire life, and everyone has, right? Like you leave a school and then you come back and visit it like years later, and like you see all these kids, like, you know, like it's so different from when I was in school there, right? You visit, I visit my grandparents, and like probably only once a year or like twice a year, like seeing things change, right? Seeing how their house has changed like since the last time I was there. um like we say goodbye and see changes in things every day, every few months, right? So a lot of the things that are in there are not unique to just like leaving home and coming back from for a long period of time. Like a lot of the inspirations of stuff is just like of small changes of like leaving a company, and then coming back and like visiting my old colleagues like after like 6 months, you know, that kind of thing
Yeah.
is there as well. Like all those feelings are there. um yeah.
Yeah. No, I love it. Like I remember going from like when we moved from Texas to Seattle, being like I had to go home numerous times in the first year. And I remember like if you'd asked me where I was going when I was traveling the first 8 months, I would have said I'm going home when I was going to Texas, because that's where we were from. That's where we lived. Even though my family was in Seattle now, like Texas was home. And it wasn't until like the end of that first year where I was like, oh, Texas is not home anymore. Like my family is in Seattle. Like I just want to be back there. Like I don't like, there's none of the excitement of traveling back to where I'm from. It's just different. It's different enough now that it's not the same anymore. And so like that experience of just going back and forth to visit had some of that in it. But no, I love the way you did it. So like there's so many evocative pieces. I love like I said, anybody who's done The Quiet Year, anybody who's played Downfall, if you're a big fan of Microscope, like there's tons of familiar elements, but you've done just a lot of just tremendous new stuff. Having 2 maps, being able to meter some of those out, the river piece, like the visual layout, like Vic had said, is just such a clean presentation of things that I really love, and can't wait to noodle around with some more. But no, if people want to find the game, there's been a link down right below our faces. They'll take you to the Kickstarter and then link out. I've also dropped the link to the link on itch. It's also part of a bundle right now. Do you want to talk about that bundle at all, Aaron?
Yeah, just to encourage you to get it from the bundle, because it's supporting a great cause. It was someone that was putting it together for it's called a bundle for at-risk and houseless youth. Tim Irie, I actually don't know how to pronounce this.
It says Tim Z on itch, but what their actual last name is, who knows?
Yeah. But yeah, it supports the Horizons for Youth Foundation organization, and like for the same cost as you buying the game from me, you get a whole bunch of other games and can support a good cause as well. So I would highly encourage you check it out through the bundle right now. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, it's been an absolute blast playing with everybody. Thank you so much, Aaron, for coming on. We are gonna.
This was a great time.
Yeah. One of my favorite things about these games, and one of the reasons I love them in the physical space, is that ability to like keep the artifacts. I also love the mirror boards because I can save things down and don't have to like. I have reams of boxes of saved old game stuff and stuff like this. You just save digitally. So I love playing these in person. I love playing them online. If you haven't ever played an artifact game or a keepsake game or a game where you're making stuff, go out there and try them. World building games are a great foray into that. And an Altogether Different River is a great one into world building games. And so we, like I said at the beginning, have a couple things coming up. So if you want to come back next Wednesday, we've got a couple of actual plays that are going to be happening. One earlier in the day, we haven't nailed the time yet. We're going to be playing Light, which is a Lumen game. It's similar to Destiny, but it's a crossover with Spencer Campbell's Nova Kickstarter that's live right now. And then at 3 p.m. we're going to be playing Down We Go, which is the dungeon crawler that we are itch funding right now. Come back for any of that, or come back the next time we have a game on that looks interesting to you. We've got different ones happening all the time. We are going to take next weekend off because I'm going camping with my family. But until next time, we're just going to wave goodbye to the screen until we log off. Bye, everybody.
Bye.